up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Coming to you live 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station, this IT nightmare you see behind me. Well, we had an interesting little debate. I think it went rather smoothly, in my opinion. Quite tame, I would say. I think maybe not. Most people aren't used to somebody just keeping their shit together during something like that. I think it gave us an opportunity to put out some points, and I was glad that Brenda actually admitted that the globe is based off of a lot of assumptions. In her own words, she said it's that's how science works. We make assumptions. And it was like, well, yeah, but that's the hypothesis part, you know? And then you go on to the proving part. But I guess they've cut that out. I mean, why not? We have fast food now. Why not fast science too? You know, you can just have some science McNuggets. Put science on the label. That's what they do with that. They put food. They say that's food. It's not really food just because you put it in your fucking mouth. That shit ain't science just because you call it science either. Making assumptions based on things. I wanted to get it more into the perspective aspect of this with her. And I was also waiting for the pressure gradient. Galileo rolling objects down an incline didn't really I don't know what the fuck that was supposed to mean in regards to air having a downward acceleration due to gravity. But I thought it was interesting that she kept bringing up Galileo. So I kept bringing this out. This is a Galileo thermometer, and it works on principles of buoyancy and density and temperature. Each one of these little globes in here has a different type of fluid in it, and it's immersed in water, and they react due to the temperature, whether the fluid inside these things will expand. It's built out to the ratio of that, and right now it's showing that it's about 76 degrees in this house right now. So that's not too bad. Not too bad. Pretty accurate. Kind of a method of looking, using nature to be able to get indications of things. I'm getting another thing called a Fitzroy storm indicator, and it uses crystals in this water, and when it has a little gauge on it, and when you're getting ready to have stormy weather, it'll tell you on the gauge based on the amount of crystals that form in this solution. It's pretty cool. So that should be coming soon. I'm also to demonstrate those same liquids are available in a thing. You might have seen them. You can get them for kids. A little hand boiler, usually made out of hand blown glass, and they got a colored liquid in them. And there'd be a little ball on the top and some kind of a tube mechanism down. And then when you hold on to it, the liquid will start to bubble because it boils at that just that little bit of increase. And it shows with each one of those different liquids the difference in boiling temperatures that you get as well. So I think that'll be a fun thing for us to look at as well. So I thought we'd go over the debate this evening and check that out. I wanted to show you all again this from a mainstream news real quick. Let's see. I think it's this one right here. Yeah. Okay, hold on.
Yemen's Houthis have.
So you know that we've been supposedly going through some war with Yemen, and we've spent billions and billions of dollars for satellite defense networks and all this other nonsense, right? Well, the Yemenis have decided that they're tired of us bombing them, and they've issued a warning. I want to play this, and then I'll get in here. It's giving everybody a chance to kind of show up. I got 69 viewing right now. 69. Yeah. So we got 69 viewing. I'll give everybody a shout out here in just a minute. I just want to show this because I showed it toward the end another night and might have had some viewers drop off by that point. Hey, that's not what we wanted. Hold on. That's the wrong fucking screen. Let me do this correctly. There we go. And let me bring this up full screen. There we go. All right.
Yemen's Houthis have threatened to cut the Red Sea underground fiber optic cable if the US and UK launch another attack on Yemeni airports. This is a huge threat, as this cable is the lifeblood of communication pathways connecting Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. The severance of these cables poses a serious threat to geopolitical stability, global financial markets, and cybersecurity. More than 99% of the world's international internet traffic and more than 80% of international telephone communication traffic passes through submarine fiber optic cables.
Well, 99% of international data transfer takes place through underwater cable. So all this defense to keep the Russians from fucking with our satellites and all that shit, right? Nobody guarding the cable, though. I'm just saying, man. Guys, wow. Thank you for admitting that mainstream news. It's about all you're good for is when you fuck up and let little things out here. What's this? Is this Ryan messaging me here? That was earlier. Hang on one sec. Let me get this right thing up here for us. I don't know why that's doing that, but that's okay. We're going to put these down. And we're going to bring up the debate-ism. This was episode 19 from this year, of course. And today. So this was a pretty good debate. We're going to go over it again. I'll be stopping it to exemplify, not on a timer type of thing. And we can give some deeper points into some of the things that are talked about here. So hope we have a good time. Like I said, the link is at the top of the chat. Y'all feel free if you want to come on up, voice your opinions. Let us know what you think about these things. I also want to address something that Barbara came up with too, a question she had, and it could be a misconception for a lot of you out there. And it's a good question, Barbara. We're going to get into that here in just a second. I almost forgot. I almost lied to y'all. We're going into who's here, right? So we'll start right down here at the bottom of the list of what I see over here on the Rumble side. I see Two Sis, and I see Twilight Nights are over there in the chat. We've only got 9 people watching, but that'll get better as time goes on. And we've also got Mr. Super Sidewinder here with us, Jehovah's lovely daughter, Barbara. We've got Mr. Super Sidewinder, Angela, Baby Carson, Justin Johnson, Joyce B, Super Dave. Dave's a cool name. Most of the people I know named Dave are really awesome people. Michelle, also known as Naikas. Hello, sweetheart. How are you tonight? Got who else? We got John Sparks is with us tonight. Cylon, Killa, Mullard. I think I saw Mojo in here too. Jeeps, Chicago Cubby Bear, Daniel Watkins. Let's see. Am I missing anybody? That way? Which way? Could be no way. We don't know. But we got Mental Pancakes is with us. Malcolm Sheen. Let's see. I think I bought Saddle Bum. Getting good. Tony Coriolis. I am the great Coriolis. Got one more quarter with us here as well. I think I pretty much got San Pedro. Yeah. We're good to go. Let's get on with this circus, right? All right. So we're going to present not that one. We want that one. I want to watch us. We're already watching us. I mean, it would be cool because we could watch us watching us, and it's kind of like Inception, you know, that kind of thing. But I think it would freak us out. So anyway, let me go ahead and go on with this.
In a second. Hopefully that's not the one that's on the video. Oh no, let's check that one out. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hopefully you guys are doing.
Yeah. Real quick before we get on with this, Barbara had a question. Okay, and it was regarding having to use high-speed film in order to keep there being blurring of taking a picture of the Earth. Their excuse is going to be, and it would make sense in some instance, that even though that centripetal speed, that tangential speed of the Earth is like roughly 1,000 miles an hour, you're moving relative with it, one of them things there, and that it's actually in comparison to the rest of it, it's such a small amount that you wouldn't have to use a high-speed camera. So yeah, the closer you got to it you would have to, I think. But I think it's the same as if you're up close to a train that's going by, as opposed to standing back 100 yards and watching it go by at the same speed. I think that's kind of the effect that they're trying to lay out there with that. So you wouldn't notice it. This is why they don't like to talk about that 1,054 mile an hour at the equator. And so they just go 1 rotation per day, 15 degrees per hour. But it does matter when it comes to changing the distance you are from the center of rotation. It's going to exponentially change. Okay. And if you don't believe me, go to your local playground. Just step onto a merry-go-round and try to walk from the outside edge to the center and see what happens, or vice versa. You're going to run into some problems. You can't really compensate for the
force
exponential change in speed. Well, no, it's a change in speed because it's going slower at the center than it is toward the outer. And the further out you make something, the faster that circumference has to go in order to keep up with the hub. So as you increase the size, you increase the centripetal speed of the object. I hope that kind of helped you. Hopefully. We'll see.
Doing well. We are doing well here. Let's say hello to everybody. We've got both these guys on, and let's see here. There we go.
And we still are conducting our experiments regarding fluids and gas pressures up here. We got stoned and forgot what it was we were experimenting for, but we've decided to continue the science anyway because we're troopers up here.
All right, let's start with Brenda. Brenda, go ahead and say hello to everybody, and we will get going. Who are you? Where they can find you, all that fun stuff.
Good evening. My name is Brenda, and I have a piss poor YouTube channel called Brenda Debates. Maybe I'll start making some actual videos, but for right now, there's not much there.
All right. Well, thank you. We're happy we're here, and you've got your
no OnlyFans page. We were wondering. I had a friend of mine was asking me. Wasn't it you asking me if Brenda had an OnlyFans page?
No, I wasn't.
You wasn't. Who was that wanted to see nudies of her? It wasn't you. It sounded like you.
Me,
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, go
Nice
ahead.
try, wrong guy.
Nice try, wrong guy.
Opponent is going to be Dave. Dave, it's your first time on the show. Welcome. Our first time really talking. So nice to finally meet you.
Muted. He's muted.
Oh, you're muted. I'm sorry. I had to mute you both during the intro. You're talking about tools for some reason or something. I don't know. And Dave, go ahead. Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. He's got a YouTube channel. Go ahead and say hello to everybody where they can find you.
Oh, hey. Okay, there we go. Good to be here, Jaron. Thanks for having me on. You can find me at Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, or you can use the at SSUM3690 to find my channel. I'm also on Rumble at SSUM369. I have on both the channels, I talk about a wide variety of things, pretty much how you are influenced, embedded, and brainwashed from an early age all the way up through adulthood. And I try to break people away from this paradigm of thinking in order for them to. That's the problem, Malcolm. You got to be careful. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Don't get caught up in the cancel culture, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to just learn to have a filter. Learn to have a fucking filter. That's all. Be able to think for themselves. We say that we brainwash people into thinking for themselves. We cover a lot of flat earth topics, Mandela effects, subliminal messaging, all kinds of things like that. So
awesome. We are happy that you're here. And the topic for tonight is the shape of the earth. And we're going to see who goes first. We'll let Dave call it since he is a first timer here. You want heads or tails? Let me move that so you can see it. There we go. Heads or tails?
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it is heads.
The Shaolin is here. Melodome. Good to see you guys. I got some other people. JG showed up. Who else? Who else is here? Early. No, you're late. Good to see everybody.
Do you want to go first or second, Brenda?
He is new, so he can go first.
Because
Sounds good. All right, we got 3 minutes on the clock.
58 years old, man.
Let me get this off there. 3 minutes for your intro, and we'll cover the layout as soon as both intros are done. So we got 3 minutes each, and it begins when you are ready.
Okay. So I would like to start out by saying that by all observation and experiments, we find that the Earth to be a topographical level stationary plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. We see absolutely no evidence of any curvature, and we absolutely see no evidence of any movement. Now, one of the biggest things is that in order for people to believe this globe, it had to be embedded into your mind at a very, very young age. And what they did was they glossed over all of the fundamental basic flaws to get you to accept it and then just stacked upon it. What I mean by that, when you're a child, you don't have much critical thinking. You don't think to ask, how do we have air pressure without containment, which we know later on through experience and also through actual knowledge, not education, that this is, of course, an impossible condition. The idea of water conforming to any kind of a shape is also another ridiculous idea. This would require molecular bonding, especially like with gases. Gases do not assume shapes. Gases are a fluid. So these two things, and when I went back and started looking, I grew up a globe fanatic. I mean, I was all about space and Star Trek and everything else. My dad, he was into the scientism. I read Isaac Asimov, Carl Sagan, and all the rest of the fantastical philosophers of this philosophy of a solar system. I truly believed it. When I first got hit with anything about flat Earth, I went, oh, no way, man, I'm going to debunk this. But the only way I can really do this, I need to look at both sides critically. And so to do that, I had to start from square one, and that's where I started finding the problems. And one of the biggest ones is the excuse of gravity, an unproven idea that has yet to be actually proven, but is assumed and then prescribed or ascribed to other objects that we see in the sky. I furthermore think that looking at objects in the sky to determine the condition of where you're standing looking at it is as ridiculous as me checking the chlorine level of my swimming pool to determine if I have enough coolant in my car. One has absolutely, literally nothing to do with the other at all when you're talking about the condition of where you're standing. Now, as far as movements in the sky, there are other explanations for some of these movements that we see. And so therefore, they're really not conclusive proof of a globe Earth, which I contend is scientifically impossible for those reasons alone of
Okay,
gas
time.
pressure.
Do you want an additional minute? You can take it if you want.
No, go ahead.
You're
I'm good.
Okay. We got Brenda up next with your 3 minutes. It starts when you want.
So what I wanted to expand on that too is the fact that with this embedding comes the idea that you've already assumed the impossible without critical thought. Okay. And when you go back to it and you find out that, wait a second, this whole thing, gravity, there's not any proof of that. Just because things fall, there's some magical phenomenon that's occurring there. No, surely that can't. And then to take that assumption and ascribe it to other things that you see in the sky, that's dumb. Why not just go ahead and ascribe it to why fish swim in a school? You know, they must swim in a school because of the gravity of each of those fish grabs each other and they hold each other together, right? I mean, it's an assumptive science, if you even want to call it that. It's assumptions built on assumptions, built on assumptions, built on assumptions. And it's, wow. Yeah.
You're on mute, Brenda. Sorry.
Going off the rails on a crazy
Oops,
train.
Oh, you screen sharing? Nice. What's going on? Oh, are you screen sharing? Did you do that on purpose? Or I don't know if that's on accident.
It says it's sharing my screen.
Okay. I didn't know that you were doing that. That's all. Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Go ahead. We're ready.
Yeah. So this is run at the beginning of Globe Busters. We accept the reality of the world with which we are presented. It's as simple as that. This is, of course, a fallacy. It is assuming the fallacy of begging the question. It's what is called Sellers called the myth of the given. There is no such thing as reality being simply given to us and that we accept that that's what reality is. That is just not how knowledge works. It's not how philosophy works or epistemology work. We come to knowledge through justification, through reason. So we have knowledge as a justified true belief. It is not simply pointing and declaring. This is just point and declare. It is a logical fallacy. To date, no flat earther has ever debunked or falsified a single globe claim, nor have they presented.
See, there's the logical fallacy right there. Okay. Debunk it. You haven't proven it. You see, like this assertion, well, you've never given any measurements of flatness. We've given measurements that exclude convexity. Okay. That's a given. This has been done over and over and over and over. Okay. Demonstrable proofs of your globe have never been given. So what the fuck, that we're right back to me claiming I can turn into a chicken. Okay. You wanted me asking you to prove that I can't turn into a chicken. It's the exact same thing. We have shown that this is impossible. And first and foremost is the one big one, the hugest one of them all, in my opinion. And that is going to be this right here. I'm going to bring this up real quick. I'm going to stop that screen real quick, and I'm going to bring this screen up. Everyone remember this for the future. Okay? Entropy, the ultimate thermodynamics game. You can't win. You can't break even. You can't even quit the fucking game. You're in it. and you are subject to the laws of it. Everything is. And that alone right there discounts your fucking space, your globe, everything right there. But if you got to get into it, we can get into it because this is a given fact. Okay. And if you claim something that goes against this fact, then you have to prove it. That's all there is to it. Okay. So wanting people to prove a negative is ridiculous. That's just stop that shit. You're the one with the positive claim. Those are what I want to see proofs of. And you bending the earth to fit what you think you see in the sky is stupid. Okay, they're just stupid, especially if you're using triangulation. Oh, the dip angle. It's not a dip angle, stupid. It's your fucking observer height that you have to subtract that because it's because of parallax, right? You come down here, you see less. You got more obstructed by the ground, by the horizon. Then as you rise up, you're changing your field of view. Okay, so that has to be taken into consideration. In fact, the curvature calculators that I have on my computer all have a place to put in their observer height. You see, it's not anything difficult, and it doesn't mean the Earth's a fucking globe. Christ almighty.
A single shred of evidence that is positive evidence for the proposition that the Earth is flat. No such evidence is ever given. Flat earthers want.
Once again, Brenda, it's not a proposition. It's an observation. Observation. Okay. What do we observe? We observe a stationary level plane. When we look at water at rest or even out at the ocean, we see a flat horizon. Horizontal. That's an observation. You and your wizard friends coming along and saying, no, what you're seeing is actually a ball. You just think it's straight is a claim. Okay. So let's get that out here.
Want to debate the globe. They want to debate relativity. They want to debate gravity, but they don't want to debate geometry. Gravity,
I was waiting for him to get into geometry because I'll show you something. I'm going to show it again here of how they fool you with perspective. Okay. They try to show you, well, look here on this two-dimensional third-person perspective geometry, it shows that this would be impossible. Well, yeah, you're not looking at it from the observer's standpoint. Okay. And we're going to get into that here in just a minute.
could live in a universe without gravity, and the Earth could be flat or it could be round. Gravity has no logical necessary connection to the geometry of the Earth. Relativity has no logical necessary connection to our particular universe. We could logically exist in a universe where relativity is false, and the Earth could still be a globe. So relativity, quantum mechanics, and gravity could all be false.
120, 130,000 foot photographs showing that we don't have any fucking convexity. You know, I think that would be pretty good goddamn evidence. You know, it also, given what we're seeing, it really ruins your fucking R value for a ball too, buddy. It really does. Fucks it all up.
And we could still be in either on a globe or a flat Earth, because these are not logically connected. It is in our universe deemed typically nomologically necessary that given the mass of the Earth, that it would necessarily form a sphere, but that's not a logical connection. That's no.
See, how was the mass of the Earth calculated even? How the fuck was the mass of the Earth calculated? Where'd you get your R value? That would mean a physical horizon. How did you get that? You can't. Shut up.
Logical. So someday, some flat earther will present evidence. It will not show that the Earth is flat because it isn't. I'm done.
Okay. Sounds
All
good.
right.
Let me bring you back over here.
Real quick, before we go on with that, I'm just going to show you something of how perspective plays into this. And I'm just going to play this short little movie. It's only 8 minutes long, but it will give you a buttload. Yes, a metric buttload too of information. Okay. So this is really well done. And you'll understand what's going on a hell of a lot better. And Ball, are you looking for the Globitis Anonymous meeting? It's down the hall. I think Angela told you.
And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? Hello, everybody. Pete Brain here. I got inspired to do a video. I've been discussing on a couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon. And I had a couple people show me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. First of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is. So I'll just go with the 3,000 miles that many flat earthers use. And that's what I'm going to use for this video. This guy sent me this picture, and he's got all the maths included, and it looks good. You know, at first I had a little tough time with it because there's a couple things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz, the cameraman or something is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks like identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second, makes you start to doubt. But I mean, I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. So I thought. And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account. And that's what's wrong with this diagram.
Right? Because we don't see that way. Okay, we see in a hyperbolic state. We see in curved geometry, which is what we see is basically the bottom goes up, top goes down, left goes right, right goes left. Everything converges in, right? And because of where we're at, we're looking at it like in a cinematographic stand, like Panavision, if you will, but without the distortion. This is why you have binocular vision, right? It gives you it gives you depth perception. So you can get depth. Without it, you lack depth perception. If you don't believe me, walk around with one eye, with a patch on one eye, and you'll have to account for it because you'll have a problem with your depth perception. So stereoptic vision is key to this. But what we're seeing here is two-dimensional. So you'll see how this actually comes into play.
You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines and they're drawing visual angles to it. It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a completely different picture. All right, take a look at this wall of lines. Now, this wall is not an illustration. It's not a
right. And you can see that it's a picture taken through perspective. These are all parallel to one another, but you see how they're all converging down into, and you can almost, due to the lighting, see some arcing effect going on there, but there's not really an arc. Okay. So, this is an interesting thing. I'm going to draw one out here maybe in a little bit and show you. You can take a 90-degree angle, for instance, right? And do this on a piece of paper. Just draw like 2 6-inch lines. Okay. Make a 90-degree angle and then go along and make little dots at every 1/4 of an inch or every 1/8 of an inch. And do that on both axes. And then go from the one at the far extreme over to the other line to the one that's closest to the vertex of the 2 angles and of the 2 lines, and then just keep doing that. And what you'll end up with is an actual curve made completely out of straight lines. It's really cool to try it at home. I used to do artwork with this stuff. It's pretty cool with wires and stuff like that.
Cartoon, it's a photo. It's reality. Okay. This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So it's bunk. So in this next slide here, I'm going to superimpose these lines, the perspective lines, over on top of this. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you can see, the way they're representing the sun as staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now, your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. So look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't.
Doing it with the 2-dimensional Euclidean geometry was actually, from that perspective of the person, would indicate that the sun was actually rising and it was getting higher in elevation. And that's why I say that's a deceptive trick. It's a deceptive trick. In fact, it's by taking this into account that they have been able to make such advancements with the vision that robotics has. You see?
Work, friends. So notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they are, they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place.
Sorry about that. I get these fucking disruptions from people and it pisses me off. I'm going to back this up to, hang on. All right. I think, because I forget that if I mute this mic, then it fucks that up.
That's right. They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now, your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything.
Was this whole thing muted? Did you guys miss a whole bunch of it because of it being muted? I got to stop letting him come over here when I'm doing this, man. He's constantly got that woman fucking with him. It really fucks my shit up. I don't need him around here anymore. Anyways, let's go on with this. What you can see from this is the fact that when you're using that 2-dimensional Euclidean geometry, it's showing, if you were actually seeing it that way, it would be actually the sun would keep rising It'd be gaining in elevation. We don't see that way. We see in these little, in a spatial, this is why you have the two-dimensional. It's a hyperbolic state. Like I said, the whole reason you have two eyes is for binocular vision. This gives you depth perception. You don't get depth perception looking with one eye. You can't get it. And that's why, because of parallax. It gives you the perception of parallax. You're taking two views and you're able to work out the depth between the objects in front of you. Without it, you lack that perspective. And so, like, if you go around with your iPad with an eye patch on every freaking day, you'll find out that you'll start bumping into shit. You know, you alter your vision in any way, you're going to have problems, you know, and that's one of them. You take away your stereoptic vision, and that really messes things up for you. Have somebody do that, and then be having to try to play catch and shit. You'll have to adapt to it. It's really quite remarkable.
Parallel to that, will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. So look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't work, friends. So anytime someone brings this up, bring into this video, show them this picture, and this is the reality. The photograph is a reality.
And like I said, taking this into account is what's allowed for the advancements in robotics, being able to actually see with these photocells and having some depth perception to them by actually programming in this type of perspective mathematics instead of this Euclidean geometry. It just doesn't work.
That's how we see everything. So this representing the sun is going away from you parallel to the ground, and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong, and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice with this line of converging parallel lines or planes, notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they are, they all go.
If you continued that out, it would be like an array. Okay. And an array is, of course, round. And there again, we can have straight lines cause a curve appearance in things.
For the same place, which interestingly enough means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice that these are true perspective lines. These are parallel lines, but from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective. Yet they are calculating angles based on a non-perspective drawing, right? Their maths are based on non-perspective lines, right? Two parallel lines. Well, you can't, because that's not the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging lines. So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here traveling down. That's our reality. Now, here's another interesting thing. The reason, too, that their sun will never reach the horizon in their calculations is, notice this. These spatial planes, as I call them, represent height or altitude, right? Look at their sun. It's crossing height lines, right? Because each one of these lines is parallel to the ground, even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes. So look at their sun. It's traveling higher and higher and higher and higher and higher in the sky. Well, of course it's not going to, this is why they think that the sun would be visible 24/7 on a flat Earth, and why the sun would never get to the horizon. They don't understand perspective. They don't get it or something. I don't know. But anyway, you can see the proper.
And I got to say, that's true. There's a glorious lack of understanding with perspective. I think when it's easy to get yourself all mired down into mathematical equations and shit and take reality out of the equation and really not be able to grasp it after a while. This is, I think, what happens when you are concentrated primarily on the left hemisphere of your brain. You know, you're not using the other side of your brain, which all you're doing is it has to be math and fucking logic and shit, and there's balance involved there. Although we use mathematical formulas, we also have to take into account, look, this is what you learn in art class. That yellow shit up there is what you learn in geometry class. So why are they cutting curriculums for art classes and things like that? Well,
and this has everything to do with the observer standing down here. This is what he sees. The sun following the convergence lines and coming down. And these are both the exact same distance. And you can see the timestamps on them. So each sun is about 1,000-mile journey it's traveling. And it goes below the horizon visually and keeps going below the horizon.
No, Cylon, what it is that M-Ball actually knows that this is right, that we're correct about the sunset. And that's his one trick pony thing, is he wants people to sit out in their yard with a globe and observe a sunset on it or some shit like that. But this is what we're dealing with right here. This is reality. That other nonsense is just child.
From the observer. Like I said, this is a photograph. This is real. This is reality. They've just showed us nothing but a bunch of angles, showed a couple lines and drawing some angles. Oh, hey, fellas, nice geometry, but it's not perspective. That is definitely not the perspective of the observer, and that's what counts. Debunk 100%. Their maths don't work. Their calculations are wrong. The sun will, in fact, set on a flat Earth from the perspective of the observer. All right.
So we can take that lesson right there and apply it when we're talking about Polaris, or when we're talking about anything else that you're looking at in the sky, or a fucking airplane going over, any other thing. This perspective remains true because this is the way you see everything. I mean, do you really think that the width of this space station is actually narrowing going back that way? Of course not. It's perspective, right? Of course, it does get a little bit cluttered back there with all those wires and shit. Is this the one where I got my little friend back there. He's making sure that we don't trip over wires. He's my handler from China to make sure that I brainwash people into the flat earth and the Mandela effect and shit. That's what we do. We're out trying to hijack people's brains. You know, there again, that's some more gaslighting, because this is all a result of embedding. And that embedding took place when you were about 5 years old.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And sorry for the screen scripts, but we fixed it eventually. Let's see here. I don't know why that share screen's acting weird. Let's move this over. Okay, let's go. All right, so let's go with the next step is going to be your questions. Basically, we ask 3 questions each, about a minute apiece, just to get to know each other or answer some questions that you might have. So, Dave, you're going to go first. Do you have a question for Brenda?
Is this regarding what she just now said?
Well, you can make it about that, or you can make it about anything that you want. Just
it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be my introduction. You can go with whatever you had prepared.
Okay, cool.
It's up to you. So,
can you demonstrate a gas pressure system without containment? As nowhere else in nature does this ever exist. Damn, Saab, come right out of the gate with the killer. Right? Shit. So can you demonstrate this in a repeatable, demonstrable experimentation, that you can have this condition that would otherwise be impossible?
The argument that can you state the argument that gas must be contained?
Yes.
Pressure?
For there to be pressure, due to the definition of pressure, the act of pressing, something has to be there. Okay, because gas, as I discussed earlier, they're not bonded. Gas molecules are not bonded. They are going to spread out to fill the empty space. Okay, and they're going to become thinner and thinner and thinner and dissipate. And even according to some of the science that I read when I was really into it, that it's estimated that there's like 1 atom of hydrogen per cubic meter in space. Now that's on, I guess, on average.
But what is the argument? What is the argument that gas necessarily must, in order for there to be pressure, there must be containment?
What part of pressing didn't she get? Pressure is the act of pressing. What is pressing upon the gas? Look, man, gas molecules, it's just like this, man. I'm going to put it in layman's terms. We've all farted, right? Okay. So what happens? At first, it's really intense. Whoo, right? What's going on there? Is because them little fart molecules are like bouncing all around, and a lot of them are hitting each other, and so they bounce off each other and they stay around. But many of them are not bouncing off; they're missing, and they're going out. They're going out. They're missing, and so what happens is that this form of concentrated gas starts to spread out and dissipate. And as this happens, less and less of these molecules are banging against each other, and they're looking for something to bang against, but they don't. So they just kind of dissipate out into the rest of the atmosphere. It's dissipation. This is what takes place. And so this is what goes on with any gas. So for gas to try to come together to form a shape or to congeal together as though it were some kind of one mass or something, no, it doesn't work like that. Okay. It can't work that way. So in order for there to be pressure, there must be containment of some form. Okay. And what it's comprised of, fuck, I don't know, man. All I know, this is my evidence that it exists, because you cannot have gas pressure without it. It's that simple. And don't claim gravity, because we can easily demonstrate that the so-called gravity gives fuck all about gas behavior. It doesn't care. Okay? Because gas does what gas does. It's affected by temperature. It's affected by volume. And in order for there to be pressure of a gas, it has to be a volume in containment. Otherwise, it'll, what did we say would happen? It will dissipate. Equalization. Everything wants to be equal at all times, because it's what's causing the pressure. There's no pressure without containment of a gas.
You're just repeating the claim.
No, I'm not. It is. I mean, it just is. I mean, what do you mean? If there can be gas pressure without containment, can you demonstrate such a condition?
Yeah, that would be atmospheric pressure. Yes.
No, I'm not. So the problem is the only thing that you can demonstrate is the very thing in question. Okay. I wish there had been more time to spend on this, because I wanted to really get into Dalton's law. Okay. And it's real simple, and I will get into it here in just a minute. But if you get a minute while you're on here, go ahead, Google or whatever your favorite search engine is, look at Dalton's law. Okay. And then also consider the idea or the fact that all the gases on Earth are coming from where? Earth. So where is the highest concentration of all these gases going to be? Down at the Earth. That's right. But you know what's going on? Dissipation is taking place, but we've got more factors involved. Okay, because these are different gases. And as the equalization process is going about, okay, they're going to form into what's known as a gradient. Okay, you gotta really, you'll understand this when you see it. It's just the idea that gravity is holding air. The idea of having a sealed box inside of a vacuum chamber, you can set that sucker right down on the ground. In fact, we could do it at Badwater in Death Valley, which is the lowest point below sea level. That would be the closest place you could get to gravity, right? To the source of it. And you take this sealed box and you put it in a vacuum chamber. And then you remove all the air out of the vacuum chamber. Now, the vacuum chamber, the box, the air in the box, the air outside the vacuum chamber, myself, everything, the rocks around me, everything's being held down by gravity. So if the air is actually being held by gravity, when I open that sealed box inside that vacuum chamber, the air should remain in the little box, right? Will it? No, it won't. It won't. Okay. How do we know this? Well, we see that anytime there's any kind of a pressure differential. You can open a can of soda. What happens? Psh, what was that noise? Oh, it was the pressurized gas equalizing suddenly and violently with the outside pressure. That's just how shit works. Nature wants everything equal, and everything is in a state of trying to become equal. All right. It's called equilibrium. Everything wants to seek equilibrium. And this is just the nature of how things work. Wait a second. Hold on. So you're saying the only existence of this impossible condition is the atmosphere itself. Now, you've already put a thing in there because you're giving gas a shape. Does gas have a shape?
It will take whatever shape the force is acting on it, put it to.
What force is acting on it?
Any force.
What force is acting on the Atmos?
The apparent force of gravity.
The apparent force of gravity. Can you tell me the downward acceleration? Wait a second. The apparent force of gravity? What's gravity look like? Draw a picture of gravity for me. Can somebody do that? If somebody could draw me a picture of gravity, that would be really cool. Of gravity of air due to gravity.
Yeah, it's about 9.8 meters per second per second.
Can you demonstrate this?
Yes.
Okay. How?
Yes.
Demonstrate
Using
air a downward acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah, we can. Galileo, in his experiments on an inclined plane, demonstrated that there is an apparent force of downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second per second. He rolled objects down an inclined plane, made numerous runs, and came up with 9.8 meters per second per second. He also demonstrated that.
But that's not air. How did he roll air down?
Air has mass.
Air has mass, but air is air is not bonded. Air molecules are not bonded.
That's correct. They're not bonded.
So then what you have to do is you have to demonstrate air having a downward acceleration. You can claim it. You can claim it all you want to, but you have to demonstrate that in order for it to be true, because we do not see a downward acceleration of air.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't. All we have to do is change temperature. All we have to do is change the temperature and the composition of the Atmos. I know you guys love your gradient and everything, but you're totally not taking into context Dalton's law or Boyle's law.
Air has mass. We can weigh it.
Okay.
Right? Just the same way we weigh anything.
But the only way that you can weigh it is if you have it in a contained environment. And then by subtracting the weight of the container itself. But does that mean that air itself has some kind of a mass to it? What happens to it is it dissipates out. Is it, if I let out a balloon full of air out in space, for instance, right? What happens to it? Where does it go? Where does it go? Does it stay there in a little ball because its own gravity held it in there or something? Or what happens to it? Does the moon suck it away? I mean, come on. This is common sense shit.
And you put it into, say, for instance, a canister, and the canister weighs more. Just like if you go to the grocery store and you buy peanut butter, you take an empty container, put the peanut butter in there, and the difference is you hit tare.
Container.
And the difference is the weight of the peanut butter. You can do the same thing with a canister holding oxygen.
Let's go back to the question real quick, just and we'll move on to the next.
Falling to earth It says, get the fuck out of here. Oh, fuck. So I open up a balloon full of air out in space, and it's going to fall to the fucking earth. Get the fuck out of here. If I open a balloon up inside of a vacuum chamber, is the air going to fall to the bottom of the vacuum chamber? No, it's not. It's going to fill the fucking vacuum. Jesus, just go somewhere. Go sit in the corner, man.
Next one, and you can bring this up in the 15 minutes later. But so the question was, can you demonstrate?
Yes,
an example of that, and yours was
yes.
the atmosphere was the answer.
The atmosphere of the Earth,
Yeah.
Of Joe, and so Jupiter's got a fucking atmosphere now too. I wasn't watching the chat, man. I had a Zoom thing going on right here, and then I had my shit that I was using over here, and so I wasn't, I didn't get a chance to pay attention. But I can imagine. I saw where he sent some kind of a super chat in there, and I was like, oh yeah, he would be here, of course. Whatever. I don't care, man. There still ain't no fucking arcs in a triangle, babe.
Jupiter, right. Of Mars, of Venus, of Uranus, of Neptune.
Okay.
Right. There's several planets that have atmospheres. And
assumption. How do you know a planet is even terra firma? This again is based off of more and more just assumption after assumption after assumption after assumption. I mean, it's like, oh, stop with that. You can't even prove that. So you take, no, I can't even just, wow.
There is no container surrounding them.
Okay, gotcha. Your first question for Dave.
So how do you derive the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, given that the Earth is flat? For a nautical mile. Nautical miles are defined as 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. If the Earth is flat, how do you derive that?
I'm going to tell you something. I'm not altogether sold on this nautical miles. And this is why. I'm going to tell you why. Okay? Why would a mile at sea be any different than a mile on land? Right? Is an inch, like if I go out on a cruise with my old lady, is my dick going to be bigger because now I'm at sea? I mean, what is going on with this? I mean, is it like, I've never been fully on board with this whole idea of nautical miles versus, I think that shit is to confuse the hell out of you. And I think it's furthermore used to hide land. Because I really don't get how a mile can be further in the ocean or shorter in the ocean than it is anywhere else. I mean, it's a unit of fucking measurement, right? So what in the fuck is that? Nautical miles. I don't even get that. Is it either a distance or it's not a distance? That's where I don't even get. So I think there's some fucking trickery going on with that shit in itself.
And what are you basing that what are you basing that increase in? What is that due to? What, stellar navigation?
On the globe, nautical degrees, nautical on a globe, nautical miles are defined as degrees from Polaris, right?
Okay.
We measure degrees from Polaris, and that's 1 nautical mile per degree from Polaris, right? But on a flat Earth, that doesn't work because right? Because it's a different relation.
Why is it a different relation?
But if all the parallels were derived off of that calculation, then what's the problem?
Because flat versus curved will yield different distances.
So, what medium are you viewing these stars through?
The air.
Yeah, but I mean, what medium are they in?
Don't know. It isn't relevant.
It doesn't matter. What if it was liquid? Would it matter?
Not really.
It wouldn't?
No.
So you don't think maybe perhaps even a curved lens, like maybe a firmament, and a liquid medium can falsify the position of something based on your angle of view?
Is that your hypothesis then?
No, it's not a hypothesis. I can show you right now that it will. You want to see? I can show you right now that it will. All right. Hang on one sec. Let me back up here to this. And where's my little guy?
The reason that I said it won't make much difference is because at higher angles of elevation, the amount of refraction is not very significant.
Okay, so I'm going to show you something that happens through a liquid medium with a curved lens. Okay.
Yeah, you're proposing that there's a curved lens between my eye and
I'm saying it's a possibility. We don't know. We don't know because as I've already stated, and this is going to be not just my hypothesis, but it's a fact that there has to be some kind of containment in order for us to have air.
No, you haven't shown that.
Watch the position of this guy.
Yeah, I know. This is due to refraction. Yeah, there's little refraction.
Viewing. Hold on. If I was
no, think of this in the context of that being Polaris. Let's suppose that guy is Polaris. Okay, he's Polaris. We're the viewer. We're now at an angle and not looking at it from a zenith, right? So the apparent position is different than the actual position. And by a great deal, that looks like two separate people.
They're not uniting.
Watch when he gets right in front of him.
Yeah, I understand. It looks freaky. I understand that.
There we go.
Right.
There we go.
Right. So this is
what I'm saying.
90. This is 90 degrees.
No, is listen. Hold on. What I'm saying is this: is that right there? He's there at 90 degrees. But as we move away, we see that there's more and more deviation as we move away. Correct? Okay. So as we view it from an angle, we get more and more deviation. Now, I'm not saying this is what is exactly happening. What I am saying is that without absolutely knowing, we could. This is an absolute possibility. Okay?
Well, then you have a hypothesis then that there is a solid barrier, and water above that solid barrier.
Possibility, yeah.
Well, it's necessary, I think, for what you're saying, right? It's
or
not
a
just possible, it's
superfluid,
necessary.
some kind of a superfluid. I don't know.
Yeah.
We have to get there to know.
Yeah. So we see no evidence of that. And so until you have evidence to support your hypothesis, I can reject it.
Well, we don't really. How do we know what's above the containment?
Well, it doesn't matter. You don't have any evidence to support your hypothesis.
I don't have any evidence that would suggest that it's not, though, either. We're at the point right now. If nobody can go there and check, we can look at a number of possibilities. Is that correct?
Well,
or no?
of course, people have been there and are there.
No, they're not.
Literally, yeah.
No, they're not.
They're there right now.
Then how did you get past the container?
There isn't one.
There has to be.
No, but why isn't there one then?
There is.
Obviously,
there has
the ISS
to be.
is up there.
Brenda, then you have to demonstrate a gas pressure system without containment and not point at the very thing in question. You have to actually demonstrate that that you can actually have gravity, that your gravity that you postulate can actually prevent the equalization of pressurized gases. Pressurized gases, of course, requiring containment in order to be pressurized.
That's because it takes energy for a molecule of gas to gain altitude.
No, it does not. No. Okay, that's not how gas behaves. Okay? Various gases will succumb to the laws of buoyancy and density, but there again, where we have this gradient is due to what's known as Dalton's law is a big part of it, okay? I want to show you what that is real quick. All right. Some of you might not know. It's kind of cool. Let me bring this up real quick. I'm going to stop this screen. I'm going to present this screen. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So what we have in our atmosphere, right? This is based on the percentages and everything. As you can see, the total amount of pressure is 0.7 psi, 0.69, but that's made up from 3.303 pounds per square inch of oxygen, 11.32 of nitrogen, another 0.14 of argon. There's 0.18 of water vapor. And then we've also got CO2 at 0.007. So this 14.7 is the accumulative pressure of all of these elements together. Now, once we start getting to a certain altitudes, what happens is this starts to change. This mixture changes. Okay. And again, due to the relative densities of the gases, not because gravity is holding them. Okay. You also have to consider that as you raise in altitude, you are also displacing less medium than you are at further depths. Okay. So this might give you all, if you could have a functioning thinking thing up in your skull there, which I'm sure most of you do, if not all of you, pretty sure most of you all here have this, that you can apply this principle and understand what is actually occurring with our atmos. I mean, it's very important too, because the idea that it's because of some unproven force pulling on mass or some shit like that that's causing gases to remain on the earth, that's not even, I was thinking the same thing, Mongo McD, boobies, absolutely. But you know, here we have actual things that we can work with, right? Whereas this whole shit with the gravity, they don't want us looking at that. They don't want us looking at Boyle's law. They don't want us looking at Dalton's law. You look into gas behavior and you will understand why this is all a bunch of hooey, because that's one of the biggest fucking killers of this entire thing. And the fact that we can sit here and talk about it and drink our water is because of that containment. Without it, we wouldn't have liquid water. We wouldn't have the 14.69 psi at sea level. And of course, where's the highest concentration of gas going to be? Right at the source. Okay, now is there gas shooting up out of the fucking earth? No, man. There's all kinds of things contributing to this matter decay, respiration, plants and animals, organisms and bioorganisms that are consuming plant life, turning that energy into something else. It's a constant cycle of things that are occurring. So consequently, the gases on Earth are here at the ground and they start to dissipate, right? And then they also have to succumb to their relative densities to one another. And we've got wind and temperature mixing it all up all the time, and it's got to go over and start again. So it's an endless cycle. This is why we call it a dynamic, a working fluid pressure system. Yes, gases and liquids are considered fluids, but are gases liquids? No, they do behave slightly differently. Okay. But they still succumb to the same rules when it comes to pressure. Okay. This is something people, so they don't teach you this shit in school. If they do, they make it boring. So you just want to write dirty words in your textbook, you know? No, it doesn't. It just keeps going. Draw a penis on the table of contents or something. Oh, and gas behavior doesn't go like gas.
There's no law. There's no law in physics that says that.
Yes, Boyle's law.
That Boyle's law doesn't say that a gas molecule must necessarily continue going in a straight line.
Can you demonstrate through repeatable and demonstrable experimentation that gravity can prevent the equalization of pressurized gases? Yes or no?
Yes.
You
gravity.
Can. Okay.
Yeah. Gravity acts on objects with mass. Air has mass. Therefore, air
is not an object, and only masses of gas are contained volumes of it. God.
Will be affected by gravity, and it will lose its kinetic energy as it gains altitude
That's a postulation, not a demonstration.
That's a logical argument.
No, it's a
true.
postulation. It is not a demonstration.
No, it's a logical argument that is necessarily true if the premises are true.
The premises aren't true. The premises aren't true because you're trying to treat gas like bonded molecules as an arbitrary mass, as a one thing. It's not. No more than water is. Okay? And the mass of a gas or a fluid is dependent upon the volume that is contained. The only way to have a volume of a fluid is through containment.
Okay, so Dave, we're going to get ready for question number 2. It's going great so far, guys. Hopefully you're having a good time. We've got the debate format up real quick. So we did the welcome. We did the intros. We're in the middle of the questions. They'll each ask 3 questions. They've each asked 1. Then we'll go to claims, 4 claims, 2 minutes each. And we've got then an open conversation there towards the end. If you want to ask either a question, you can do so via Super Chat, either through YouTube or Rockfin. You can do send a tip. And if you notice that I let the time go sometimes for longer, it's because I do encourage a good conversation. So if I ever feel like they're in the middle of something that is not needing to be interrupted, I do let that go because I think that's the whole goal. That's the point, is that we want a conversation that's going somewhere, that's getting somewhere. And then as soon as they start going back and forth where it's just going to be the basic 2 different sides, then I'll interrupt. So just so you know, the clock is more of a guideline than a absolute.
Right.
All right, let's go to Dave's question number 2.
Prove gravity. Can you actually prove gravity and against the principles of buoyancy and density?
Well, buoyancy assumes gravity exists.
It assumes, but is an assumption a fact?
It assumes a given fact. So no, it's not technically a fact. So buoyancy, I wouldn't appeal to buoyancy to prove gravity.
But wait a minute. What were you
I would point back to
it assumes a given fact. How do you assume a fact? If it's a fact, it's not an assumption, correct?
A hypothesis is if A, then B, right? So if gravity is real, if gravity exists, then buoyancy, which in the formula for buoyancy would apply to objects like, say, in floating in water. They're buoyant because of that. That would be a hypothesis.
So basically it's like this: if gravity exists, this will happen. Okay. If unicorns, if magical invisible elves exist, then this will happen. So I go about and I watch something happen and I say, yep, that proves that invisible little elves did that. No, I have to prove that there's invisible little elves. Not that what I thought would happen due to magical little elves actually happened. You can't do that. That's not science. Okay? So if you think gravity or this mysterious thing that's causing this effect that you see is what's doing it, then that has to be the independent variable that must be isolated and modulated in order to change the effect on the dependent variable, which is going to be the object in question that's falling. And how has that ever been done? Whereas in my postulation, in my hypothesis, is I can manipulate the independent medium, the independent variable, which I use as the medium. Okay. I can change the weight of an object based on the medium. Objects weigh more in a vacuum. We've shown that here on this show as well. Objects weigh more in a vacuum. What's that tell you? And if I increase the density of the medium in relation to the density of the object gets lighter because it's nothing more than a ratio between the object and the medium, the relative density disequilibrium. So why does a weather balloon only go up to a certain height, about 125,000 feet or so? Why does it only go up to that point? Why doesn't it go up any further? Because the balloon itself, with the gas and everything hooked to it, has achieved a point of equilibrium. It will not rise. It will not fall. That's where it's going to remain, right there. That's how things work. Everything wants to try to be equal.
And if the medium can't support the object will fall. If the medium can support the object, it will go up. Now, the G that they want to slip in the buoyancy formula is nothing more than an observed effect. The observed effect is not in question, but the observed effect is not the cause. Okay, so when you see big Neil deGrasse Tyson and his, gravity, bitch, right? No, that's the effects of what you assume is a thing called gravity. Okay, I just say that the microphone was heavier than the medium and therefore it couldn't support it. It's real simple, real simple. We can demonstrate that with our helium balloons in the car that we've shown on here, and the car accelerates and the balloon goes forward because the relative density of the air became temporarily more dense toward the back of the car, and therefore the helium balloon moved forward in the car. When the car stopped, it did the exact same opposite, while everything else carried on with the momentum of the car. It's not really that difficult. But without this mystical gravity that they want to sprinkle that shit on everything, then you don't have your orbits, you don't have your planets, you don't have none of your space, and there's no hope of going off to planet Zircon or whatever and fucking green women. So that really bums these nerds out.
Which we would check through experiment. You asked me about gravity, though, not buoyancy.
All right.
My argument for gravity is, again, to go back to Galileo. I think that people have beaten Cavendish to death. They should go to Galileo. Galileo conducted several experiments. These are experiments that I conducted when I was in high school. You roll objects down an inclined plane, you time them, and you use different materials.
Did you roll any fucking air down the inclined plane? That's what I'm wondering, man. Come on.
And you find that all materials accelerate at the same rate of acceleration. And this implies the hypothesis that there exists an apparent force of gravity acting on objects with mass in a downward direction, right? So that is that is.
Wow, talk about taking third-hand information and then butchering it further. Good job, Zerzus. Good job. Double slit experiment.
The evidence of the phenomenon we call gravity. It is an observed phenomenon. Galileo also disproved relative density with his thought experiment of two cannonballs that are connected with a
ZXL. That's what I was actually saying too, that the gas itself, as well as everything that it took up there with it, that it's in ratio to where it was, it has achieved equilibrium. You drop a little bit of that shit off of there and it probably go up higher. You know, if you had a way to maybe jettison some of the equipment off of it, it would probably go up higher. But I don't know how you would do something like that. But yeah.
Chain. One was a 10-pound cannonball, one a 1-pound cannonball connected with a chain. And he showed that there's a logical fallacy involved in assuming relative density, right? You can check on that. You can look that up more. But that is a logical argument that refutes relative density. So gravity.
Change the medium. That's all you got to do. Change the medium. You're almost on the right track when you drop shit in a vacuum chamber. But of course, we know everything weighs more in a vacuum chamber. So let's, instead of have a vacuum chamber, let's use different mediums. We can use water. We can use oil. We can use a number of different fluids and demonstrate that by changing the medium, we can change the rate of acceleration. We can actually stop acceleration. We can actually start an upward acceleration. So no, dumb experiment.
Is an observed phenomenon. Anybody can conduct it on their kitchen table. That you simply time the acceleration of various objects as they fall down an inclined plane.
Okay. So
there's a lot of assumptions involved there because you're only giving a measured effect, right? Which I believe that they state is the 9.81 meters per second.
Yeah, it's an observation. It's an observation of a phenomenon.
But what is the cause? Now it's interesting that you brought up.
We don't know. We just hypothesize that there exists this force called gravity that acts on all objects with mass.
Yeah, but you haven't proven that. And you're already ascribing it to things you see up in the sky. Come on, man.
And it's a consequence of our observation.
So it's funny that you bring up Galileo. Have you ever seen one of these, Brenda? Can you see what I'm holding up?
Yeah, I have. It's a clock. Is that a clock?
No. It's
barometer.
It's a Galileo thermometer. And it works off of different fluids. Listen to me. It works off of different fluids inside these little globes inside here. And each one has a little tag on it. And what happens is that due to temperature and the principles of buoyancy and density, what happens is whatever temperature the room is at is where this middle globe will show up at that floats in here. This thing will tell you pretty accurate the temperature of any room that you've got it in, and it all works off of the principles of buoyancy and density. Now, when we say that buoyancy and density, we also have to consider that there's mediums involved. Okay.
So what is the purpose of bringing that up?
The purpose that I bring that up is the very guy that you're saying is rolling things down an inclined plane was also very well aware of the principles of buoyancy and density and how the medium in relation to the object within the medium is affected. Now, of course,
that's buoyancy. Buoyancy, the formula for buoyancy.
Right.
So you're presupposing
disequilibrium.
You're presupposing the existence of gravity.
Wait a second. It's disequilibrium, right?
No, you're presupposing the existence of gravity because that's what buoyancy means.
No, I'm not. Where's gravity involved? Where's gravity involved in buoyancy?
It's literally in the formula for buoyancy.
Yeah, let's bring it up. Let's bring up the formula. Hold on, I have it right here. Just a second here. Let's see, buoyancy. Hold on, I just had it. Because that G is merely, I can change that G, I can change that to, here we go, right here. So, oops, is that it? Can you see? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So that V or that G, right, is 9.806 meters per second squared. Well, that's an effect. That's an observed effect. I don't dispute the observed effect.
Yeah, that's gravity.
No, that's an observed effect.
Yes.
That you assume.
No, it's observed.
Caused by gravity.
I just told you it was observed.
It's observed, but that's only you're assuming the cause. If I said it falls because invisible elves push on it, okay, is that mean that if I use an I for invisible elves and I have this quantification of 9.81, does that matter? No, it doesn't. It's an observed effect. It doesn't mean that the cause, they just slip it in there. Like weight due to gravity, the gravitational constant, all this other shit. And it's like, wait a minute, man. If you really want to think about it, gravity, okay, is basically just weight. If you take it to its meaning, gravitas, it's just weight. And what is weight? Well, we already described it. It's a quantification we use to describe the disequilibrium of an object within a given medium. It's that simple. You change the medium. This is why obese people, when they try to get them to lose weight and shit, they put them in a big pool because it's easier for them to move. Okay? Whereas it's too much stress on them to try and move outside of the pool. Why? Because we've changed the medium. We've changed their weight ratio. It's nothing more than that. And this idea that, it's because of gravity. Well, you have to prove that that's because of gravity. And I'm sorry, but Martin nailed it on here that night when I asked him. I said, Martin, how do you know that the weight is due to gravity? And he said, because it is.
But if we break that down and say weight is due to weight, yeah, okay, that'll work. Weight is due to gravity, gravitas. Okay, I can go with that. But we have to figure out what is weight. Okay. And that's real simple. It's the ratio of the relative density of the object within the medium. And we came up with a way to quantify it in pounds, stones, kilograms, grams, all these other little quantifications of various amounts of that phenomenon. That's it. So, come on, let's be normal. Let's play this shit normal, guys. Cause.
No, we're not assuming.
Yes, you are. Prove the cause.
Galileo didn't know the cause. Neither did Newton.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Hold up. Your own people.
Newton specifically said he didn't know the cause. He had no theory about the cause. He literally said that.
Can't find the word I was looking for. Hang on. Is this the one? Here we go.
Right, so you can.
I'm going to bring up. I just want to bring up a quote.
You can change the letter. You can change the letter G to any letter in the alphabet you want.
Yeah, but it could be an A for acceleration. It doesn't matter. An observed effect is not a cause, Brenda. Okay. Do you see what I have up here?
It's the acceleration is the cause of buoyancy.
I don't think you're sharing, Dave.
Okay,
you're not sharing.
Hold on. Where'd I go here?
The acceleration is the cause of buoyancy.
Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go.
You understand that?
So these guys, listen, is this the one? Both Copernicus himself, who revived the theory of heathen philosophy. Is this the one that I was looking for? Or might not be. All right, look, no, it's not the one. Hold on. All right, so I want to show that to y'all anyway, because this is interesting. It's regarding other things. It said, this Lord Beaconsfield widely said, a subject or system that will not bear discussion is doomed. Both Copernicus himself, who revived the theory of the heathen philosopher Pythagoras, and his great exponent Sir Isaac Newton, confessed that their system of a revolving earth was only a possibility and could not be proved by facts. It is only their followers who have decorated it with the name of an exact science. Yeah, according to them, the most exact of all the sciences. And that wasn't the one I was looking for in regards to that, because they actually refuted that shit too, what she was just postulating. But that's all right. Like I said, this shit is dead on arrival right off the bat. What I'm trying to get at is that you're taking an observed effect. I don't disagree.
Yes.
I don't disagree, right? What's in contention is the cause of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm not contesting the cause. Galileo, no, I haven't made any kind of hypothesis about.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. What is the cause of that?
I know
what the effect is. Yes, it does matter. It does matter, especially if you're going to ascribe it to things and movements you see in the sky when you know nothing about these things in the sky. Okay? You cannot take something that you assume and then build an entire whole philosophical idea around it and call it science.
Yeah, we can. That's exactly how science works.
No, it's not.
It literally.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can fucking do that. No, that's not science. That is the very definition of scientism, man. Come on, y'all. Please.
It really is. We don't have to.
Science is demonstrable, repeatable truths.
So we can demonstrably and repeatably demonstrate a downward acceleration, right? We call gravity.
No,
you call it something else, but it's still.
Okay, let's go. Let's move on. Let's get to Brenda. Your second question.
We seem to be at loggerheads.
Yes, that's why we moved on. All right. Question number 2.
How do you derive the horizon dip correction on a flat Earth?
How do you derive the horizon dip correction on a flat Earth?
Yes, in celestial navigation, you have to correct for the dip to the horizon.
It's talking about the observer height, right? He's talking about the observer height. So what we look at, and let's not take into account too, that dip angle has nothing to do with a distance. All right. What that is the height of the observer, because we're trying to make a right triangle and we're correcting for that. Okay. And so you have to have the observer height, because our eyes aren't in our feet, right? And many times we also have a guy standing on the bridge of a ship. So he's like a couple of stories or more above sea level. So that's gonna change things as well. So dip angle. It's compensation for observer height. Call it a dip angle, whatever the hell you want to. It doesn't mean that the fucking earth is curved. I mean, wow.
Number one, flat earthers have a tendency to deny that the horizon is below your horizontal, but that is simply objectively false. There's a dip, and in celestial navigation, you have to correct for the dip to the horizon. How do you, on a flat earth, justify making that dip correction?
Well, since we've always been on a flat earth anyways, and you're assuming a curved sky means that there's a curved earth.
No, I'm not.
I don't see where there would be anything different. We're still using the same objects in the sky. Again, objects in the sky do not prove the condition of where you're standing. Nothing about that.
They obviously do. They demonstrably.
No, they don't.
Probably do.
How do they prove that? Tell me this. How does looking at my neighbor's roof? How does looking at my neighbor's roof tell me anything about my floor?
That wouldn't apply. It does
apply. How does my ceiling tell me anything about my floor?
Celestial. The reason that we can infer a curved Earth from celestial objects is, say, for instance, the angle of altitude of, say, for instance, Polaris. It changes depending on the observer location, and and according to different observers, it should, on a flat Earth, it should be at different heights. But an object
do you have
can't
a demonstration? Do you have like a graphic for this or something that you can tell?
An object can't be. You can just notice that. So, for instance, you can calculate the height of Polaris using simple trig from an observer to Polaris and counting the angle and the distance to the GP of Polaris, right? And you can calculate that height. And for different observers, that height will be different.
Well, of course, they're going to be at different distances away from it. It's just like the video I just showed a couple of minutes ago based on perspective. Okay? You're not going to get this Euclidean shit. Okay? You're looking in 3D space. Okay? You're looking in 3D space. And this is what, so when she said the dip angle, all right, I want to show you, this is all they're talking about. Maybe this is something more of you are familiar with. Where did it go? There it is. Okay. So right here is a Earth curve calculator. It's one of many. I just pulled this up. It's called Omni Calculator. You can put your distance to the object here. Let me make this thing bigger so y'all can see it at home. So you can see here that you put the distance to the object. Eyesight level. What is that eyesight level? That's dip angle. And of course, we got to take that into consideration because at the surface, according to the Globers and their mathematics, there should be 7.9 inches per mile squared of curvature. Now we have to take into account the parallax that comes about from our observer height. So we take that from where our eye level is at. If you want to call that a dip angle to make it sound like you're on a globe, by all means, go ahead and call it a dip angle. But what it really is the eye level of the observer. So, okay. I mean, how do we account for it? We don't have to fucking account for it. We already do. And we see that we find objects, target objects that are well beyond what should be hidden by physical curvature of a spherical Earth. And we don't see that. You can't call refraction and the vanishing point curvature. Okay, it's just doesn't. the glorious lack of understanding how perspective actually works. I wish they could get it. I mean, it's almost like they don't really ever wonder why they see the way they see, you know? And I think that if people really got into looking at how vision, where is that thing? Let me bring that up real quick, you know, because optics are crazy, right? I just want to show you this. You're probably all familiar with this image. I'm pretty sure most of you probably are. It's by an artist by the name of Escher. Okay. And I love this because look at this thing. Now, on paper, it works out. But look what's going on with your perspective. How is that even possible? It's not. But we can make it possible on paper, can't we? And we can make it look like it's possible on paper. But in reality, we know that the physics would not work out for this. Not for a second. But it's still pretty cool. Especially when you got a nice couple bong hits in you. You want to look through some really cool optical illusions and shit. That's the way to do it, baby. That's the way to do it. Anyway. I think that's a good example of how you can put something on paper and anything you want to. I'm sure you could derive a mathematical formula proving that picture. But when you go to, let's go ahead and put one into practice and see how that works out, right? Come on.
But an object can't be in two different places at the same time.
You mean
and therefore,
this is where it comes to me when you're trying to look at the sun, when you're trying to look at some of these objects. Because it would almost be that it is in two different places as far as the observer is concerned. It looks like it's in one place, but we see some really interesting shit going on with the sun. Now, I'm standing on a beach and you're 5 miles down the beach from me. We watch a sunrise. We're both going to see that sun coming up and the light's coming right directly to our feet. Each one of us. But how can that be? We're 5 miles apart. So as I start walking toward you, that beam of light's going to follow me. That sun's going to remain there. It's going to remain there. And then I can be standing finally right next to you. And I'm going to be seeing it come to my feet. You're going to be seeing it come to your feet. We can actually do the thing, turn around, put a mirror about 10 feet away from the two of us. We're only standing 5 feet apart. I have you go up and draw a circle with a Sharpie where you see the sun. And I go up and I draw a Sharpie around where I see the sun. It's going to be two different fucking places, man. Completely. So there's some really freaky shit that goes on with that. And I think that's what's been at play when we're trying to calculate how far away it is. Because are we actually seeing a physical object, or are we seeing a projection of a physical object? Are we seeing an after effect? Is it just a point of energy? I don't know. This is some interesting stuff. What I do know is this, is that it is not a burning ball of gas 93 million miles away. That would be impossible. I have a picture of what that would look like on Earth. I have a picture of that. You mean kind of like my demonstration in the pool that I just showed?
No.
No? Was there an apparent, was there where he was appearing? And where he was were two different places, weren't they?
If you're going to assume that there is a massive amount of refraction going on, then you would have to demonstrate that.
How do we know there's not?
That's not for us to prove. That's for you to prove.
Well, wait a second.
Your
Wait
hypothesis.
a second. You're taking fixed stars in the sky that we see all the time. We've used them to navigate with. That's a given. Okay, but we're still looking at lights in the ceiling.
Yes.
To determine the condition of the floor. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It does. So if you're in a planetarium, does that mean your floor in the planetarium is curved?
No.
No? Why?
Because the planetarium image has been distorted in order to conform to the to the curved surface of the planetarium.
But it doesn't distort on me if I move around inside the planetarium. It's just like if I'm outside in a starry night.
Because you're literally underneath a dome.
Yeah.
Planet.
Yeah, that's right, Brenda. You are. You're under a fucking dome, G. No shit. No shit. I'm looking for that picture I got here of if the sun was actually parallel sun rays from 93 million miles, and it looks absolutely ridiculous. That was another assumption made by the fictitious Greek Eratosthenes and his faithful assistant Theses. I don't know where I put that. I got a lot done today sorting out these pictures, though. I've got some shit, the different subjects, but I'm not completely done yet. Oh well, I'll find it later. Most of you have probably seen it before. It's got to be in, let's see, it can't be in the perspective. Let's see. There we go, sun. Nope, those are just videos. Damn it. Well, we'll get on it. Anyway, let me get on with this video.
Planetarium, yeah.
There you go.
Well, then you need to show that. That's your hypothesis. You need to provide evidence.
Wait a second.
To support that.
No. You have the claim of a globe. I'm not buying it. Okay. Listen, this is where you go wrong. This is where you go wrong because you guys always want to prove negatives. Okay. You always want me. It's like this. Look, Brenda, if I said I can turn into a chicken, do you have to prove that I can't turn into a fucking chicken? No. I have to prove that I can turn into a chicken. So against all my observations of a level plane, my vestibular system, no sense of any kind of motion whatsoever, just looking at the sky to make me think I live on a ball makes sense?
Your positive claim is that there is a dome separating waters above and that the refractive index difference between them is causing
a positive claim. That's an alternate possibility. We don't know for sure.
Oh, and I just want to put it out there that Brenda had more balls than Sean Hawkins. Okay.
You don't know for sure.
There is no evidence that such a thing exists, and therefore, in the absence of evidence, we can apply.
You want to know the evidence that it exists?
Here's the evidence that it exists. We're breathing. Okay, and until you can demonstrate the impossible condition that you postulate, there's a lid, man. That's all.
What?
I can give you the evidence that it exists.
Well, we can do that during the claims. Dave, question number 3.
All right.
Okay. I'm good enough. I'm okay with us moving on then.
Good.
Sure enough, man. So how far away is the sun and how can you prove this?
It's 93 million miles away, and we can bounce radar signals off of it.
You can bounce radar off of a dark object? No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not dark.
In radar there's a thing called dark objects. Okay. They don't show up.
It's called a black body.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's the word you're looking for. I don't know about radar. But you can bounce radar off of the upper atmosphere of the sun. People have done that. There's papers been published. You can find it on mctoon.net/sun.
Listen,
right?
Don't even invoking that guy with me is like you might as well say Bozo the Clown. Sorry.
Well, that's just an ad hom. That's just an ad hom and a genetic
fallacy. He's not a good person. He's not a good person at all.
He's one of the most polite and respectful flat earthers out there.
Trying to understand. Let me make sure I understand this, right? So you're telling me that somewhere there's a radar that has a powerful enough transmitter and receiver, a big enough antenna.
Yes.
Wait a second. Let me finish.
I'm just nodding along with you.
Okay. All right. It's very distracting.
I'm not trying to overtalk you, dude. I'm just trying to do the back and forth that people talk
right. I got you. So this somehow they shot radar 93 million miles. It's 8.5 light minutes, right? So it shot 93 million miles an hour, somehow bounced off the sun, And this signal, you got to remember, this thing is attenuating all the way to the target, all the way to the target. That means it's spreading out, it's thinning out. And then it bounces back and it comes back and it's still attenuating.
It's getting thinner. It doesn't regain its initial fucking strength because it bounced off of something. Okay? In fact, it's going to be weaker by the time it gets to the object, if it could even bounce off the sun. This is what's so stupid about this claim. It really is. I mean, just even the idea that you've got a radar signal that can actually go that far is stupid. Okay, because it's a reflection. Now, meanwhile, this means that 17 minutes have passed. 17 minutes from the time you sent the signal to the time it comes back and you think you get your signal, right?
Yes.
The Earth has now moved.
Yes.
At 67,000 miles an hour, approximately, I think I figured it out, it was 18,000 miles it's moved since the signal was sent. How did they receive it? 18,000 miles, man. That's a lot. That's a lot. How many Earth widths is that? Right? 2.5 Earth widths? Widths. Right? So what the fuck in this weak ass signal? How'd you even know that you got that? Maybe it was, this is the dumbest shit. This is the dumbest shit. The thinnest stuff that they have as their proofs of these distances. And as I'll show, and I can show again, the amount of times, I mean, they started out with it postulating that the sun was 3 million miles away and then ended up at 93 million miles. And this is through several different calculations. They kept having to increase it, But I thought the sun was, but we had to wait until we had fucking radar and shot it at the sun. Get the fuck out of here with this. Come on, y'all.
Is your contention that they didn't receive it?
Yeah, yes. That's ridiculous.
Well, they encoded.
Of course. Of course. What the fuck are you thinking, man? Of course I'm saying that this is a lie. It's not. They checked anything with a fucking radar. Get out of here.
A signal in the radar signal. So why did they get the return signal?
Because it's fake, man. I don't know that they did get a return signal. The same motherfuckers that are lying to me are the ones that did the test. Yep, worked. It's like these cops. We investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. I'm sure. Come on. And
how can it be faked if it?
How can you? Did you run it? Who ran the test? The very people that are trying to convince me that the sun is 93 million miles away. They've come. This is such an easy thing. Everybody says it's such an easy thing to calculate the distance to the sun and all this, right?
Oh, you can do that with the moon too. Amateurs, I don't think amateurs could bounce something off the sun. Although Red's Rhetoric has measured the distance to the sun, but you can also bounce radio.
Red's Rhetoric's a butt pony. I'm sorry, man. That dude is as dishonest as the day is long, and I've caught him being dishonest before, right here on this show. Right? I says no assumptions. You can't use any assumptions. And right off the fucking bat, he's using assumptions. Oh, well, we know that Mars is such and such. How the fuck do you know Mars is that far away? Oh, because of the distance to the sun. Well, how do you know the distance to the sun? And then he got all fucking mad. I'm like, no, man, you have to, you can't just go saying, well, the sun is this far and this is this far and this is this other far. You haven't even got any proof any of this shit's going around the sun. Of course it's not. The sun is much smaller than the earth. There's nothing going around it. It's not the king of the fucking universe. The earth is the center of creation. This is it, baby, right here.
Ham radio operators bounce radio signals off the moon all the time.
This is, you know, I hear that. Ham operators do this all the time. Like these fuckers are just sitting there going, hey, you know, I'm going to bounce a signal off the moon and shit. You know, yeah, because this is what we do all the time as ham operators. And then you ask somebody like, say, Brenda, did you ever bounce a fucking signal off the moon? Well, no, but I heard this guy. Stop.
This is how easy it is right here.
So all you've said is you're just incredulous, right?
No, I'm just saying. Look, this incredulous that you brought up somebody else telling you that they bounce fucking signals off the moon all the time with their ham radio. They're not using it for communication. They're not talking to other people. No. Why else would I have a ham operator's license if not to bounce signals off the fucking moon? Oh, goddamn. This is really sus. So we had Copernicus. He comes up with 3 million miles. Tycho Brahe, he figures 13 million. Then Kepler, he's good with 13 million. Newton, he said, no, it's 28. And then second time he comes up, he's 54, right? Almost twice.
What's wrong with
Martin?
This?
I mean, look at all these different distances.
Yeah, but what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it? Do you realize what in the world is going on?
People have there's a progress in instruments and the progress in scientific knowledge, and then the fact that people get close.
You telling me that making a better telescope gave you from 3 million to 93 million? Somehow the technology involved with grinding glass into convex lenses has advanced so fucking much that we can now tell the difference between 3 million miles in a telescope and 93 million miles in a telescope because we got better glass. God damn, man.
Closer and closer to a given value is how science works.
So would you agree that there's been an advancement since the abacus all the way up to the calculator? But for an accountant in any age to make that big of a discrepancy in the books would be ludicrous, wouldn't it?
Well, this isn't accounting. This is a measurement. This is a measurement based on instruments that have improved steadily over centuries.
What instruments?
Telescopes.
Telescopes. You can tell a distance.
Yes, because of the advancements in convex lens grinding has become so much more advanced over the last 400 years that we are able to actually tell better distances by merely looking at something. That's right. We don't have to know the size or anything. We just look at it with a telescope and it tells us how far away it is, because that, children, is science. Ah, damn, man.
From a telescope?
Yes, you triangulate.
Triangulate with what?
With Venus, typically. That's
well,
how that
wouldn't you have to know? Wouldn't you have to know how far away Venus is?
You can guesstimate all of these things. You can guess that Venus is approximately the same size as the Earth, and you can guess.
Why would you guess that? What if it's the same size as a fucking Volkswagen and it's a bunch closer?
Then it wouldn't work. But that's science works. Why science works by making guesses.
Then your solar system model wouldn't work, right? Which you've based off of, as you just admitted, a shitload of assumptions. You think assumptions are fucking science.
Basically, they make guesses.
Science works through observations, hypothesis, experimentation, conclusions. That's how it works. You don't just go, I think that this happened, so therefore
that's
we're going to
That's literally how it works. I think this. A hypothesis is a guess. It can be a wild guess. It can be completely out of the blue.
No, because it's based on an observation, and you have to use logic, Brenda. You have to use logic. You can't just throw some kind of thing out there. I think that magic fairies are doing it. And then I'm going to make a prediction. And if this happens, that means that magic fairies did it. See, what I predicted it would happen, happened. And therefore, must be magic fairies. That's fucking retarded, man.
Pull a guess for a hypothesis out of your butt, right?
That's what they did.
Yes.
Well, why are we treating it as fact?
Because they got better at it.
They got better at pulling shit out of their ass?
You make successive approximations, and over a period of time, they get better and better and better and better until the accuracy comes down.
It's kind of like a squirrel. The only reason a squirrel finds And this idiot thinks that squirrels have great memory or something where they know all these places. They no. You watch a squirrel, what they do is they bury a shitload of these things. They know the general area that they buried the thing in, but what they do is they dig around at random, and their chances of picking up something that was buried there is really good. And so they find one. Okay. They find them. They also use their smell and shit like that where it's applicable, but that's generally the way that it's done. It's not because they have like a little treasure map embedded in their fucking brain as to they know where every acorn they buried is at. You know, come on, like they're little squirrel accountants or something.
It starts getting into the decimal.
So they're just getting better at pulling stuff out of their ass.
The first guess can be actually that's how a lot of things work. You make a guess. And if you guess wrong, then you make another guess, and then you split the difference between the two, and you make a third guess. And as you go, your guessing becomes better and better. That's probability. The universe.
That's how a squirrel finds acorns. They randomly dig around until they find one that they've buried. Okay.
Actually, they have really good memory.
Science, Brenda. That is not science.
Actually, squirrels have really good memory. So do birds.
Let's go.
Actually,
question 3.
Memories.
Question 3, your last question, Brenda.
Share screen. I'm going to share screen.
Sure.
All right. Here's from Professor Dave on debunking flat Earth without using science. This is the moon above the flat Earth. Multiple observers on the disk of the Earth would see the moon in different faces of the moon. However, nobody sees different faces of the moon, so it cannot be that the Earth is flat, right? This is the only way that the Earth could everyone on Earth can see the same face of the moon at the same time. It's just this is the only geometric possibility, right? You have different observers on different sides of the world. However, nobody sees different faces of the moon, so it cannot be that the Earth is flat, right? This is the only way.
Okay, so this is the only way. Now I'm going to point out something to you. If somebody's standing right here where this yellow line is just touching the Earth, right? Because this is pointing over at the side. So these people would be seeing more of this side. They would be seeing more of this side of the moon over here at the end of this yellow than the people over here on this. They would be seeing it from another angle, right? And they wouldn't be seeing the exact same face at all. So Brenda's argument actually destroys her globe because that's what you would witness if you were actually looking at a sphere. But we're not. We're obviously not looking at a sphere, okay? Because we can have these same different areas that we're viewing the moon at, but we don't see another partial side of it or an area. Like I'm not looking, if I'm over here way far east of it and somebody's over here way far west of it, he's not seeing features on the moon that I can't, and I'm not seeing features on the moon that he can't. We are seeing the exact same fucking thing. Okay. And whether or not whatever our orientation to that is going to depend on what the orientation of that is to us in the sky. Wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
That the Earth could everyone on Earth can see the same face of the moon at the same time.
Gravity, that's right.
It's just this is the only geometric possibility, right? You have different observers on different sides of the Earth. If the moon is between them, one should see the front and the other should see the back. Nobody has ever seen the back of the moon.
She just destroyed her own fucking argument with this. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, she destroyed her own fucking argument with this of both. I mean, even the idea that the moon is indeed a sphere, because if it was, we would see that parallaxical difference. We don't. And so he just actually destroyed his own fucking argument.
From Earth. It has never happened. It must happen if the Earth is flat, but it has not happened.
What's the question?
How do you account for nobody seeing? How do you account for this? How do you account for nobody seeing the backside of the moon?
Fuck that. How do you account? Okay, so what you're saying is how come we've not seen any? That's what I should have said. Is how do you account for it? I mean, that totally blows your fucking thing right out of the water, man. Parallax, take a bong hit. You are right. I love you, fallen slaves us all. You're my new friend now. Parallax in view of the moon
This isn't
in
parallax.
order to see like the side or the back or anything like that. Okay,
This isn't parallax. This is not what.
Well, it would be if I'm looking at it straight. That is parallax. That parallax is the reason if you increase your height, you can see further. You're increasing your field of view. It's that's all that, man. Come on, it's not just what you claim with the stars. See, you so hung up in your fucking shit, you don't know what you're talking about now, Brenda. Straight on right up here in the sky, and somebody over here in another country's looking up at it, they're going to see it, right?
They would see different,
a parallaxical view of it.
If Bob is between Jane and Alice, right? Mm-hmm. Jane can see his face, and Alice can see the back of his head, right?
So we're assuming that, first off, we're assuming that the moon is a sphere. Okay.
No, we know it's a sphere.
No, we don't know that at all.
You can see it. You can see it.
I can show you a bunch of shit that looks like a sphere that's not. You want me to do it? I can show you a whole bunch of different stuff.
We can see it rotate.
You don't ever see it rotate. You only ever see one side of it. You never see it move.
We see 55% of the moon. It's called lunar libration. It's due to the fact that the moon's revolution around the Earth isn't exactly 28 days.
Nobody sees anything different than the same face of the moon.
Showing that the moon must
wait a second. No, it doesn't show that at all. I'm about to explain to you something. It shows the opposite of that, Brenda, because if I'm in two different places, let's say the fucking moon is right here, right? It's right up straight here. And I got a guy that's over here 200 miles to the east or further, right? Another guy over here that's same distance to the west, right? They should see a different face of the moon slightly due to them being able to see around that hidden area of the ball that can't be seen. But we don't get any of that. It doesn't matter where the observations are taken from. The only thing we ever see a difference in is in the orientation of it in its in the same very face that we see, right? That's all we see is just a variation based on the observer. We don't see any parallax to the moon as far as it being a sphere. And like I've said, if you shine light on a sphere, it doesn't light the entire sphere. Okay, you get like a highlight and then it fades off around to the edges. We see the moon as bright as shit all the way across. Can't do that. Now, if you know what will do that though? A concave reflection or projection will behave exactly that way. Am I saying that's what it is? No, it kind of behaves that way. But can I say for certain? No, I can't really. But it certainly does behave a lot like a projection. I'm just saying. But as far as saying concretely that it is a sphere, the only way you're getting that idea is from the fake bullshit that they've given you from NASA. Because no one has ever seen anything different of the moon other than its orientation in this axis. And it's not ever any different. Now, if we're going to look at the sky to determine the condition of where we're looking at it from, I could put a picture of the moon right up on my ceiling. Okay. I could put a picture of the moon right up on my ceiling. And if I go over to the west wall, I'm going to see it one way. If I go over to my east wall, I'm going to see it completely 180 degrees from that. All right. I'm going to see it exactly 100. Wait a second. I'm going to see it, and I'm only going to see the one side of it. Now, the thing that's perplexing about the moon being a sphere is that you would, if I'm looking at it straight on, it's like zenith right over top of me, suppose. You know, it's never going to be right over top of me because it never comes any further north than the Tropic of Cancer. But I'm looking a little bit south and I see it and it's right there straight dead on south in front of me, right? And then somebody over here that's further
people in
west
Australia, see the moon.
Somebody over further west of me, for instance, should be able to see that thing and see more of one side of it and less of the side that I'm seeing. You see, if
your hypothesis is that the moon is a two-dimensional image. Is that it?
I don't know what the moon is. It behaves.
Well, if it's two-dimensional, you would see an ellipse, but you never see an ellipse. You always see a circle.
No, not necessarily. Do you ever see an ellipse when it's projected in a planetarium? No, you don't. You don't. Wonder why? Concave.
Yeah, that's how geometry works. This is like
you're not taking into account the fact that we see in a 3D perspective and not into a two-dimensional Euclidean orthographic.
That's not going to change if the moon is a two-dimensional image. It must be an ellipse.
You're strawmanning me right off the bat because I just got done saying we have to know what the moon actually is.
So you can't account for why people see the same face of the moon everywhere on Earth.
I just did account for it. I am accounting for it.
No,
I'm actually, that's an argument against it being a sphere. Your argument actually says that it's not a sphere because you don't see a side. You only see that face.
It's far away.
That face is either rotated one way or another to you. That is the only thing different that you see. You never see a side to it, like a guy over here sees more of one side than I see at the front. No, they don't.
It's far away, and we see 55%.
How far away is it, and how do you prove that?
You can measure it. You can time.
Go ahead. Tell me how you would do that.
Yeah, you can.
See, we started to run out of time here. I was going to say, now wait a second. You're putting the same fucking criteria to measure in that you did the sun. They're both have the same apparent size. So what the fuck? One's 93 million and the other one's only 250,000. Come on, man. Give me a break.
And shoot microwaves at it or bounce ham radio signals off of it. We know how fast light travels, so you can time it.
Okay, let's get on to the claims. I'm going to stick to the clock a little bit more this time. So for claims, you've got 2 minutes to give a claim, back with evidence. Try not to interrupt while the other person is doing the claim. And then you'll get 1 minute of a rebuttal and then 1 minute to kind of close it out since you're the one who made the claim. So we've got Dave up first. Dave, a claim and evidence to back it. And you got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I claim that I'm saying that the idea that people have known the Earth was a globe for like over 3,000 years is a bunch of hogwash because of some people came out and said, "Oh, look, we're philosophers and we think that the Earth is a globe and there's these planets flying around the sun and everything." They were a bunch of philosophers, and not the general public nor anybody else took them seriously. In fact, right here, even up into the 20th century, I want to bring this up. Let me share screen right here. And I think y'all should be able to see that. It says here that they were going to throw this guy in prison. This was in 1900, April 21st. And this was talking about the sad condition of affairs in England. Sir John Gorst accused of intention to teach false precepts. City of Portsmouth is excited. He took this guy to court, said that he had been teaching damnable and heretical doctrine that the Earth is a sphere. And they were actually going to have this guy taken out for teaching such heresy. Even up into this didn't really start to become a great big idea as far as the Earth being a globe, because it was contested even into the late 1800s.
What is that newspaper article evidence for?
That there's people that they were still flat Earth belief going on worldwide in the 20th century.
And how does that debunk the Greeks knowing that the Earth was a globe?
The Greeks didn't know. Some philosophers postulate.
That's exactly right. It wasn't all of Greece knows the Earth is a globe. All of the world knows that because a couple of guys got together in a bathhouse and talked about it. And so therefore, everybody believes that the Earth is a globe. No, these people were thought to be time wasters. They were thought to be quite mad when it came to these ideas. So no, this is why it took from then on up to the big push about 500 years ago to start this nonsense. And it didn't really take hold until the 20th century is when they finally got everybody on board with this. And it still didn't work because a short time later, here we are, and we're going, nah. Yeah, bloodletting does not cure patients. Okay, that's what we found out. And we found out also that you blowing smoke up a drowned man's ass will not revive him. Okay, that's just, phew, come on. I agree.
Okay. Newspaper article doesn't debunk.
Humans of Earth says that is utter garbage. You are correct. The globe is utter garbage. It's the rantings of madmen, philosophers that people want to claim are scientists, and they've actually assisted in perpetrating one of the biggest lies ever committed against mankind. So yes, thank you for pointing that out.
Wait a second. In 1900, they're going to put the head of a school district in prison for teaching the globe.
That doesn't prove that the Greeks didn't know that the Earth was a globe.
Wait a second. Some handful of Greek philosophers in a bathhouse are not all Greeks. Brenda. Okay. This is where you got these 5 guys that came about from this, right? And then they got into this other little thing where they started being able to get more men by starting this little, what he called a university, which was just a philosophical bathhouse. And if you want to learn from me, you got to let me play with your junk. That's what they was fucking doing. Wait a second. It doesn't prove your postulation that because a couple of philosophers. Hold on a second. Humans of Earth, would you like to go over that article with me? It's not the only one. There are other instances like this. Okay. They were teaching in the public schools flat Earth in the 1920s, even in the 30s in some places, man. I don't know if you'd like to come up and discuss that. I mean, you can say it's garbage, but that's just you saying something. Okay, that's just you typing verbiage into the ecosphere. So what is it? Sure, click the link. Click the link. You know where the link's at? Click it. It's right up at the top of the chat. It's right up at the top of the chat. You click that sucker and you can come right on up here and we can talk about that. Because this nonsense about they've known the globe, the Earth's a globe for 3,000 years is garbage. That's garbage. That's propaganda. It's made up fucking horse shit. And you learn that from Mr. Rockefeller's textbooks. The same Mr. Rockefeller that wants to feed you all kinds of different petroleum products.
Said that they thought the Earth was a globe does not indicate that it was worldwide belief.
They had arguments.
Yeah, philosophers had arguments about it. Mainstream
science. Science is a branch. Science is a branch of natural philosophy.
Okay, you get a
No, it's not. Science is not philosophy. Philosophy is ideas. Okay, science can take philosophical ideas and through a process of experimentation disprove or prove various hypotheses. But just because a bunch of guys got together in a bathhouse and talked about their balls doesn't mean the Earth is a globe.
A minute to rebut that. Go ahead. His claim is...
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we know that Aristotle and Pythagoras, and I think others, had arguments for why the Earth was a globe. And Eratosthenes merely measured the circumference of the Earth. He already had as an assumption that the Earth was a globe.
An assumption. Why did he have this assumption? So why did he have an assumption that the Earth was a globe? And how do we know that Eratosthenes even really existed? In fact, how do we know that any of these characters actually existed? They were given to us, and they seem to be talked about an awful lot. I'm sure there's been a lot of men come and gone since these characters, but they seem to be really pushed into the forefront all the time. You know? So what's going on, humans?
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Yeah, you're wrong about that article. The article is very obviously satirical.
No, it wasn't a satirical article. It was actually from a newspaper.
Yes, and it's satirical in a newspaper.
Okay, so
the reason we know, I tell you how one of the obvious things that tells us it's satirical is that the punishment that they threaten in that article is burning at the stake. Right?
Well, actually, it was actually prison.
It mentions burning at the stake.
Yeah, some people had mentioned that would be a fitting punishment. However, we all know that in 1901, the judicial system in England did not employ burning at the stake.
So that's one of the reasons we know it's satirical.
So that's your proof that it's satirical.
Furthermore,
that's your proof that it's satirical.
When I said the word furthermore, that indicated I had more, didn't it?
Oh, okay.
You can try and cut me off there if you want.
Well, you can go ahead and lose your emotions.
Pretend that thing that you completely ignored about the article and pretend it wasn't there. You can just pretend that you knew about that all along and already had that explained.
Nobody's pretending anything. I put the entire article up on the screen, didn't I?
I don't know. No,
I did. You saw me. Hold on. Wait a second.
No way. No way. Absolutely not under any circumstances did you put the whole article. Secondly, if you look at where this article appears in the Cook County Herald, you'll notice I believe it's the Saturday edition of the paper. Okay. If you look at all of the other articles on the page that it's on, there's no crime, there's no wars, there's nothing. It's all just poppy articles like this. That's another thing that tells you that.
Is there anywhere on it that says this is a satirical article at all?
We also know who Ebenezer Breach was, and Ebenezer Breach was a fairly notorious eccentric in Portsmouth or Plymouth, Portsmouth, I think, who was known for all sorts of crazy stunts that he'd been involved in before, and that's written about and in the newspapers. So we know he isn't a person to be taken seriously. And
why didn't they denote it as a satirical article then?
Because people of the time would know that, obviously.
How do you know that? Were you around at that time?
Well, because it's on a page. It's on a page.
Did we suddenly? Hold on. Did we suddenly?
Are you going to let me answer the question?
I'm just wondering. Did we suddenly?
You aren't wondering because when I tried to answer your wonderment, you cut me off straight away. So you aren't wondering, are you? You're trying to win arguments on the internet with a dumb article that you
came in here guns
that you haven't bothered to read properly.
You came in guns hot to begin with your emotions on your sleeve. Okay. What you need to do is you need to discard your emotions. Get rid of that.
Shut up.
No, I'm not going to shut up. Get control. Are you an adult?
You're a bullshitter.
Are you a fucking adult? Are you an adult or a child?
Are you an adult or a child?
I'm the person who's got control of my emotions.
Who can't understand a newspaper article from the 1900s, who's been mesmerized by media from the turn of the century. Not me.
Wait a second. So you're an expert on media from the turn of the century?
I've read plenty of it, yes.
Oh, fuck
which will bring me on to my
you came in here with your emotions. You don't have any proof that that's a
bring me on to my further point.
You came in here because of your
just cut me off. You're scared of the reasoning. You're frightened.
You don't have any fucking reasoning. You just said a bunch of shit. You haven't offered up any proof of anything.
Okay, stop talking and I will.
We'll get to it.
I'm trying to. Right.
Well, good. Go on, because I got a show to do here.
Have you heard? Well, if it's too much trouble for you, if you don't want to hear the answers,
just get on
remain
with it.
ignorant. You can remain ignorant. It's
Well, whatever. Are you
it's
going to
your
use this
goal.
time to present your argument, or are you going to sit
your
there
goal.
and fucking kvetch like a little
Do
girl?
you know who Samuel Burley Rowbotham is?
Yes.
A very famous flat earther, right?
Yes.
From the 1860s.
Yes.
How did he become a famous flat earther in the 1860s if in 1903, when the Cook County Herald was printed, everybody was teaching the earth was flat?
How did he become a famous flat earther if somebody in the 1900s was teaching what he postulated? What the fuck does that mean?
Because according to you, in the 1860s, everybody was teaching the earth was flat. Everybody thought the earth was flat. So how was he famous for thinking the earth was flat?
No, there was a debate going on. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't the world thought the earth was a globe at all. This has been contested for all the way up into recent times.
That's a wholly different thing to what you were saying, that there was a debate going on.
Of course, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
There's always been idiots who think
hold
the
on,
earth
wait a
is
second.
flat.
Wait. When the claim is made that everybody
you were saying
world,
it was a crime to teach the earth's a globe. That's not a debate.
I didn't say that. I said
yes, you were. They were going to lock him in prison. You said that. That was part of your evidence.
That
wasn't it?
Okay, so are you done losing your fucking mind?
You did say that.
Listen, this is something I notice about you British people. You have a really hard time containing yourselves.
Well,
you do. You have a really hard time
like
containing yourselves.
We don't like bullshitters.
Well, I don't give a fuck what you like. Try to gain some composure over your fucking emotions.
Stop bullshitting.
Don't tell me what to do, and I'm not bullshitting.
Okay.
Just because you come in.
So you did say it was a crime, then, didn't you?
No, I said that they wanted to lock someone up for teaching this to their children.
Right. The head of a school district, you said.
Yes.
So you made a point of it, didn't you? So how would that be possible?
Fucking article.
Why would they be doing
that? On it?
Hey, time out. Time out. Time out. You guys are arguing, man. You're not getting anything done that way. I'm just saying. I got nobody's back, but everybody's back. Come on, guys.
Well, listen, Gem Panda, here's what I want you to do. All right? I want you to rethink your whole fucking thing and stop strawmanning me, bro. Okay? I showed an article that actually appeared in the newspaper that nowhere on it says it's satire. And this isn't the only instance where this was occurring. Okay? There were people all over, my grandfather included, who was born in 1907, who learned that the earth was flat and stationary.
You're full of shit.
Come on now.
So,
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I don't give a fuck what you believe. Thank you for showing up. You can leave now because you're just a fucking troll. Okay? If you got to change your name, Panda, to come the fuck up here, then you're probably a piece of shit to begin with. All right?
Word.
So, where is that? Yeah, what did he say? What was his name? Fucking some other stupid shit. Gem Panda.
Earth blower. I don't know.
You know, the point of what my point with that newspaper article is that this was hotly contested up into the 20th century.
Right to the idea
that because of a couple of Greek guys that you read about that may or may not have even existed, hanging out in a fucking bathhouse and talking about balls, meant that the entire Greek community, everybody in Greece, thought that the earth was flat or a globe, right? That's what that means. Come on.
No, that's a big no.
You know, if this was something that was so evident and so true, there wouldn't be any controversy over it, would there?
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
If he wouldn't have came up with that shit.
But I mean, that's just some of the thing. You look at the cosmology of different cultures throughout history, the Norse, the Egyptians, the everybody, man, believed this same thing, that there's a flat level plane with some kind of a covering on it.
Dave, even you remember that when you look at the pilot's fucking manual and every different airline, every single airline that has a manual on the fact that they fly their planes as though they are on a flat level plane, period. There is no curvature.
I just downloaded one. I just downloaded one here. This is an interesting timeline thing that I found here today too. This is kind of cool. Let me bring this up real quick.
Did you see our Mandela man, Brian, the other day?
In what context? I was on his show last night.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Because I saw a little tiny bit of it, but I just wondered if you had watched it.
Oh yeah, I ended up coming on panel later on, but this is kind of interesting right here. You can see this this whole progression. So you got NACA founded 1915, Disney. Bird starts exploring Antarctica. Jet Propulsion Laboratory founded. Disney works with von Braun. Bird finishes in Antarctica. This is by 1956, right? 1958, NASA founded. Okay, so you just look at some of these things that were in the works going on here. You can kind of see a pattern going on. Next year, we got Antarctic Treaty established. Then in 66, got Kubrick meets NASA. 68, 2001 Space Odyssey released. The next year, the Apollo 11 lands on the moon. And then 71. And then by 81, you got Masonic Television begins, right? And what's it start
exactly.
out with? Fucking guy on the thing, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. So, oh Lord, we got Penguin is with us.
Did you notice that what do you call it? Toby Keith died today?
Yeah, I saw that, man.
No, listen, here's another thing. This is like almost a Mandela effect. It's getting close to it, but he was 33 yesterday. He was 33.
Oh wow.
And I have been, is
that all the older he is?
Yes.
Holy shit! I thought he was.
No, he was 60. Wait a minute. He was 62. My bad.
Okay. Wow.
There was something else about there was something.
You look bad for 33, man.
No, it was the 33. Who was it? Oh shoot, never mind. I was thinking about Chris Farley. I don't know why I got those two mixed up. My bad.
I can certainly understand mixing up Chris Farley and Toby Keith.
No, it's not that way. That's what I totally had I hit that pipe. That goddamn green bud's really good. I got some good green bud. I got it maxed up. But I mean, I was actually saying, hey, Toby Keith died today. Whoa, did you hear that? And then, another 33 thing came through because what's his name? John Belushi was 33. Chris Farley was 33. Same kind of shit.
I don't know. You got to be careful, man. There's a lot of that shit. It starts getting ad nauseum. It's like, okay, that's out there for me to see what's really going on. You know what I mean?
That's right. It's just another one of those things. Yeah.
Get you chasing fucking leprechauns is basically what it is.
Right. Yeah. There's better things to focus on.
Red Solo Cup. If I fill you up.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, hell yeah. Okay, yeah. What was that one he did? He did a song with Willie Nelson called "I'll Never Smoke Weed with Willie Again." Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, that was a great song. Did you know they almost canceled Red Solo Cups because of that song? Because they were suggesting that it was
influencing kids
people to drink.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
No, I'm not trying to disrupt everything. The question about Robotham was
hold on, but we can have rap music that talks about going out and capping asses and shit like that. That's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
The question about Robotham was I'm not exactly sure where that guy was going. It was a little bit of a strange question. And my answer to that would simply be the reason why Robotham became so famous is he had an opposing idea that made sense. And he had a stack of science behind it.
Yeah.
And science absolutely loves to be proved wrong. That's what science loves. That's what science lives for. Every single scientist kind of wants to be proved wrong and seeks to prove other scientists wrong.
Ideally.
And that's why he became kind of famous, but he didn't become truly famous until he was challenged to look through a telescope at a star. And he just simply wouldn't do it until finally the papers published many times that he wouldn't do it. And then he agreed to come up and do it. And then after not even 3 seconds, he walked up, looked in the star, said it didn't exist, and walked away.
Huh.
And
Well,
that's why he became famous, because he didn't actually provide the proper case for his argument.
Well, I think he did as far as convexity is concerned. And that's mainly where people point to with this guy.
But I'm not exactly sure where that last panel member was going with that.
He's just a troll. He's somebody else, gem something or another. Just goes around being a troll and shit, you know. And totally obfuscating from the point. This is kind of like what Brenda did here later, trying to equate the scale of a diagram explaining something that really isn't the explanation. It's just a diagram. But what's important is showing the mathematics involved with a 3-foot wave being able to block a 250-foot ship when it's only like a quarter of them, when it's 25 miles away, and that wave is a 3-foot wave only a quarter of a mile away. And it's just like, I had to end up explaining it the same way as I did the other night. It's like, you know, my thumb does not cover my face. There's no way to cover my face with my thumb. However, using with perspective, I can indeed cover my face with my thumb. You see? So this little tiny thumb in the foreground has blocked up my entire face in the background. And this is just something that happens with optics. It's due to angular visual resolution. And it gets worse because we're on the ground. And as we're looking, we're seeing this extreme come down like this and this coming up like this. And because we're on this surface right here, we get a high amount of refraction, especially as I've told before, the highest concentrations of gases is going to be near the ground.
On the surface.
You know, that's where it's coming from. You know, it's not this idea where I had that thing where it showed the formation of Earth and they show water somehow coming from out in space and landing on these rocks that all stuck together. I mean, it's just, you have to really believe in some crazy nonsense that would never, I mean, it's tantamount to like on the Roadrunner. We all know that something going through a wall is not going to leave a hole the exact same shape as it is, right? But the coyote, he goes through a wall and leaves a hole. It's shaped exactly like he was as he went through the wall. We know, you know, so.
And the Roadrunner did the same thing.
Cartoon physics are not real physics. And you have to employ a lot of cartoon physics in order to make a lot of this shit work. You know, if you want to see, if you're into cartoon physics, a great show to watch. And I love it. I love Rick and Morty. That show is fucking hilarious, man.
Pinky in the Brain.
Oh my God. Have you ever watched Rick and Morty?
Yes.
Oh my God. I mean, some of the concepts that are just blowed past you, if you watch and really pay attention, there's some fucking deep shit in that show. There really is.
The Simpsons are getting pretty scary right now too.
I mean, where's the one where they go to that arcade, right? And he sits Morty down in front of this game and plugs this little helmet on him. And Morty just kind of blanks out. Next thing he knows, he wakes up in bed and he's living an entire life. And it goes through the whole thing where he's got this whole entire life and everything. And then when
Morty comes back,
they take the helmet off him and he said, "Oh my God," you know, and they review the game and he's like, what just happened? Right. And I'm like, that's what I think we're kind of doing here. Right.
Yeah.
And,
with our cell phones.
Well, I mean, just even this reality that we're experiencing, it could be a glorified version of that very game that he had Morty playing, you know, and then they end up running and the guy, he coughs and this thing comes out on like a piece of phlegm and it like starts running and it grows and becomes old and dies just in a matter of seconds. And the guy just says, "Don't think about it. Just keep running." And I'm like, holy shit, what was that? Yeah, it make you think about lifespans. It's a great, but my point is that the physics on there are so crazy, you know, like they just totally defy their cartoon physics, of course, but it's a funny show.
You know,
Yeah.
The Simpsons. The Simpsons is kind of wicked the way that they seem to predict, just about everything.
Every
But
fucking thing.
I'm not exactly sure if that's like a magic ball or something, because when did they start making The Simpsons? 1989. And I'm sure that's somewhere
83.
over. I'm sure that's somewhere over 700, 600, 700 some episodes. And when you ran 600 or 700 episodes, it's pretty much, hit and miss on. You might actually end up predicting something yourself.
Yeah, that like 100, like having a bunch of monkeys all just randomly typing, given enough time, they're gonna put out the entire works of Shakespeare, that kind of thing. I can understand that, but yeah, I don't know. They seem to be really more, 1989 to 2025.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was about 89.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many episodes. I'm just guessing 600 to 700 at least. I mean, that would be the standard of a weekly show.
Well, it's 752 episodes.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a lot of episodes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but what about the ones when it was on the Tracy Ullman show?
Oh God, yeah, the animation was really shitty, and
yeah. It was The Simpsons though.
They were kind of green colored instead of yellow. Yeah, it was kind of a little ridiculous looking.
It's kind of amazing how little shorts like that can end up becoming something that big,
Oh yeah.
But I think that that's done with help. I really do, and I do think that it's pretty crazy the amount of things that they have predicted. And that's got to be a record for a television show to be going.
Yeah, but nobody's been paying attention. Nobody's been paying attention until they're paying attention.
Outside of like your daytime serials, like what they called soap operas, I would say that's probably, if it might be a record for longest running television show. That's a long
could have been MASH too.
Yeah,
I would have to guess Star Trek. Just alpha guess.
Yeah, but that's not real though.
And the Simpsons are though, right?
Right. Well, but the Simpsons are embarking on real life situations. They're doing animated real life situations though.
Shows like The Simpsons don't stay on the air for decades. It's not organic. Probably funded by the black budget. It's a possibility, man.
You're pretty much right. It's the guiding light. I just searched it just to be sure. It's the guiding light followed by The Simpsons, and I don't know how the heck the guiding light up there ended up there because nobody watched it.
Yeah, but it was on even back in radio time.
Yeah, that's when that started. It was all radio hot religion.
It was radio serials, and then when they came out with TV, they started broadcasting it simulcasted on radio and on TV. And then they just went strictly to TV. A lot of people don't realize that, the TV was developed as a propaganda tool, as a mind control thing, right?
Absolutely.
And, the very first television broadcast was actually the Nuremberg rally, with Hitler's speech at the Nuremberg rally. And it was viewed this way, that, Germans that could not make it because of work or whatever else or other obligations that couldn't get to the rally could still attend the rally by watching it on television. See? And it was getting more people. So you can see the nefarious agenda behind it to begin with, to get everybody exposed to this. Let's get everybody exposed. Even if you don't even have to go there now, you can just do it. Now we have it 24/7 at your regularly scheduled programming time, right? Well, let me get through this just a little bit further here.
The Earth being a globe was taught in Plato's Academy for 400 years. It didn't stop.
Plato's bathhouse, where they talked about balls, his academy. Come on in here and I'll show you a globe. Yeah, there you and the short toga over there. Would you bend over and pick up that fruit for me?
Up until the library of Alexandria was looted by Christians and sank Europe into the Dark Ages. And the fact that there's a newspaper showing a small town in England where people were ignorant and religiously indoctrinated, only sort of serves to point out that flat Earth is a religious belief. It has nothing to do with science. It's a result of religious fundamentalism and reaction to the Enlightenment.
Okay, time.
I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me where the science part of this whole globe is at. I keep hearing them say science, 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 science. And it's like, okay, well, tell me the science part. You've told me about your fantasy. You've told me about your hypothesis. And everything you suggested actually kind of goes against basic fundamental rules of physics that we have, man.
And they've gone so far as to take photographs of their bed sheets and all the bed spots.
But I mean, you know, here you have this whole concept. It goes against these physical. It employs a shitload of physical impossibilities, and so then you sprinkle this magical fucking seasoning you call gravity onto it, and that explains it all. There it is, gravity. Well, what is gravity? Oh, we don't know. Can you prove it? No.
Nope. That's complete, utter bullshit.
We just assume it to be the cause of the effect that we observe. Okay, well, that's kind of dumb because now you're taking an assumption and you're ascribing it to things that you don't know anything about to try to explain their movements. That's not science.
Nope.
That is not science at all. I mean, just simply making observations is not science.
Mm-hmm. It's called the hypotheses.
If you see a repeating pattern and you predict that something's going to happen, well, you haven't really predicted shit. You've post-dicted. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's a recurring pattern.
And when and when you're reciting that and you're saying that it's a hypothesis, well, I hypothesize X amount, da 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 da. You don't say it's, you know, it's an absolute rule or whatever, you know.
Yeah, you can't say I hypothesize this, therefore it's a fact, because you can't prove it's not.
Right.
No. You can't just come up with some shit and then reverse the burden of proof on it. And that's right. That's my analogy of if I claim I can turn into a chicken, the burden of proof on turning into a chicken is on me, not on the person that's not believing it. You know, I don't have to go prove that you can't turn into a chicken. Well, that's dumb. No, it goes against any observation or known happenings. No one has ever witnessed such a preposterous thing. And so for somebody to come up with a claim like that requires extraordinary evidence. Same thing goes with the globe, because it goes against what we observe and what we experience. So therefore,
I mean, our hair should be pulled back in our head every time we step outside, you know, as fast as we're going.
Even just sitting here. And in fact, you know, that it would be one thing you could claim your relativity crap if the speed were constant and it wasn't in an arc. Rotation is acceleration, continuous acceleration. Otherwise, the rotation stops. So if we're on an elliptical orbit, which means that we have to change speed, and at the phenomenal speeds that they're gauging that we're going, a change in acceleration would be greatly noticed and destructive.
But the thing about it is, Dave, is that it changes not because of geocentries or centrifugal or any of the other forces that they're claiming. The reason is it's all fucking magnetic. It's all electromagnetic, and that's what's changing the atmosphere and all that. It's all electrical. It has nothing to do with spinning around in circles, because you cannot get water to stay on a fucking disc if you spin it.
Well, on anything, if you
on the disc, even a disc as a flat Earth, you can't get a flat Earth and spin that fucker around at 14,000 miles an hour or whatever they're saying it is.
A disc is an assumption,
right? But I'm just saying
it's an assumption, because all we're gauging that by, right, is
the level platform, right?
No, what we're gauging that disc, if you want to call it that, is just based on what we see the sun and the moon doing, that we've got this rotation. We can have a rotation and things like that above a flat table as well.
Right. Exactly.
And if that sun is going in a circular pattern,
right,
it's going to leave those colder spots in a circular type of a pattern because of how it's going. I mean, it's the same if you was to take a hair blower outside in the snow and point it toward the ground and move it around in circles. Is your driveway round? No, but that path that hair dryer is doing is certainly round, isn't it?
Yeah, you hang a hair dryer from a string and spin it around in circles and watch what happens.
Right.
In the snow, just spinning it.
It's going to if you rotate it around like that, it's going to make a circular pattern to where it melts. There's going to be an area there in a circular pattern that is receiving warmth. Now in the center, it's not going to be getting that warmth, and out at the edges of that circle that you're making with it, it's not going to be getting the heat.
Ergo, why we have that's where our poles or our north and south or our center and outward edge get their coldness from.
Right. It's because the sun only travels back and forth between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn.
Exactly.
And so the sun actually never comes any further north than just about the Miami. About Miami. That's right there, right at the Tropic of Cancer, I believe.
Yeah.
It's right there. Okay.
But it's still midline, so that's deviating a little bit more north in the summer, a little bit more south in the winter. That's all that is.
Yep. It keeps doing that. It's cyclical. It'd be like, I'm using science to predict that tomorrow I will see the sun come up in the east. Well, of course, it always does. Right.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the fucking globe. You being on a globe has nothing to do with that.
No. It's yeah. Well, let me get on with this here.
Okay. You got a minute to close it out if you want, Dave.
Oh, so we know that
Dave.
Humans have known that the Earth was a globe for 2,600 years. The Greeks knew it. They taught it for 400 years.
2,600 years, then it's 3,000 years, and then it's 5,000 years, and it's all this shit just as they rely on impossible timelines with fictitious events occurring within those timelines. Dinosaurs 63 million years ago, and a big asteroid wiped them all out and shit, but it's so long ago that you can't tell unless you're a scientist, all this, we can't really prove it, but you got to believe our tale.
It had a flat Earth had resurgence because of fundamentalism, which was a reaction to the Enlightenment. It was a small groups of people don't prove that the Greeks didn't know that the Earth was a globe.
Okay, Dave, you got a minute. Close it out.
A handful of Greeks in a bathhouse talking about balls doesn't mean that the whole society thinks that the Earth was a ball. Okay. Right now, we have a segment of our population that believes and is postulating that men can get pregnant. We know that this is not a possibility. Okay? We know that this is a scientific impossibility. Now, in 500 years, are you going to say, but there were some Americans in a bathhouse talking about men getting pregnant and they believed that it could be done, and therefore, no. Okay? Antiquity does not validate a postulation. Just because something was said by someone a long time ago doesn't give it validity. Okay? Bullshit knows no age. Okay, so Greeks, you use that like because there was a handful of these people, philosophers, at some philosophers' academy that were postulating such a ridiculous idea is not a proof of an entire culture believing that the Earth was a globe. Okay. In fact, a lot of people thought these people were just crazier than hell, hanging out in the bathhouse and talking about shit instead of doing things. That whole idea that is Eratosthenes. I mean, did the guy even really exist? Measuring sticks and shadows. According to Eratosthenes, my table is a sphere, because I can do the same thing with a local light source. He assumed that
parallel sun rays from a sun that was way, way far
That's
away.
an
Nobody's ever
observation.
seen.
That's an observation.
Nobody's ever seen parallel sun rays.
It's literally can be observed by shadow.
You cannot observe. No one has ever observed parallel sun rays. Okay, I'm sorry. And if your reason for that is because of the fact that you say that the sun's far away and that it's causing some kind of refractory effect because when it hits our atmosphere, well, then guess what? We still had the same conditions when your fictitious Eratosthenes and his faithful assistant Feces did their sticks and shadows.
That only happens when your blood alcohol content becomes above 2.8. Period.
Right. So, I mean, come on. You gotta.
Shadows cast by the sun. They are parallel.
Okay, we get your claim, Brenda. First one, go ahead.
My claim.
You got 2 minutes.
I'm going to share my screen again.
Okay.
And we're going to take another page from Professor Dave.
Oh
my buddy. My buddy. So Professor Dave, different observers facing opposite directions on the flat Earth see the Southern Cross. This is logically impossible for observers who are facing opposite directions to see the same stars on a flat Earth. This is a logical impossibility, and therefore the Earth cannot be flat, given the evidence of our senses, which is that when we look south, we see groups of stars that cannot be seen in the northern hemisphere. If the Earth was flat, everybody on Earth would see the same set of stars. And in fact, that's one of the arguments that Aristotle had, was the fact that when ships sailed to different regions, they saw different stars. He reasoned that the Earth must have some curvature to it because they couldn't see those stars from where they were. That's a rational inference that different observers seeing different stars implies that there is curvature, which is hiding some stars from other observers, right? If the Earth is flat, then no stars could be hidden from any observer on the flat Earth. And so we're at the claim part, right?
Yep.
Yeah, this is my claim. This falsifies flat Earth.
Okay, you got 1 minute to rebut.
Okay, first off, it's not nighttime in those three locations at the same time. So to even
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. Those three people are not all seeing that at the same
Brenda,
time.
you get to close.
They're not seeing that shit at the same time. Okay. I don't even know where the fuck they get this idea from, but no, those three locations are not seeing those stars at the same time. I don't know where or who came up with that crap, but that's exactly what it is crap. No, Brenda, wrong, bad.
Close it out with a minute. So wait till the last minute. Good.
So that's crazy. Anyway, as far as stars and not being able to see all of them from all points of the Earth at the same time and everything is ridiculous as well, because it's based on an assumption that these stars are trillions and trillions of miles away and all this, which none of it's ever been proven. It's based off of an assumptive astronomical unit. And yes, it is assumptive because they've had to keep changing it to make all their nonsense work. All right. That's why it's changed from 3 million to 93 million over the course of them measuring how far, not because of better technology. It's because they have to keep changing it. All right. You're assuming that these things are great, big, huge in the sky, fireballs, trillions and trillions of miles away.
Time.
All right. You can get the same thing when you're in a large warehouse. Okay. If you had, say, a warehouse. I'm sorry, am I over?
Yep,
am I done?
You're good. Brenda, you got a minute to close that out.
Yeah, it doesn't logically depend on the stars being far away. They could be embedded in a crystalline sphere surrounding the globe Earth, and they could be reasonably close. We would still have the same phenomenon of some of the stars not being visible from the southern hemisphere that you can see from the northern hemisphere. The fact is that they are obstructed simply shows that there must be something in the way, and that something in the way is the geometry of the Earth. That is why there are regions of Earth where you cannot see Polaris, and other regions where you cannot see the Southern Cross. Is because the Earth gets in the way, right? And so, so far, all I've heard you say is it's ridiculous, and that's just an argument from incredulity. I'm done.
Okay, Dave, your next claim. You got 2 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, well, I still had another thing on that with that perspective. Another claim. Let me see what I didn't realize I had one more. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just like I'm still looking for the proof of the gravity. I'm still looking for the proof of the downward acceleration of air. People rolling barrels down a hill doesn't really tell me a whole lot. Let me see here. So how can you actually prove these distances to these stars, and that what we're seeing is actually trillions of miles away, burning balls of gas? Where do we get all that from?
Well, we get the distances to the stars from, number one would be parallax, right? We take measurements in the spring and then in the winter, or at 6 months apart. That establishes the baseline of 2 AU, right? And then then for stars that are close to us, there are a few of them that are close enough that we can observe stellar parallax with, and this will give us the distance to those stars.
But isn't that using a lot of assumptive values, like the AU?
No, that's observed.
It's observed this astronomical unit that's been mismeasured 10 times or more throughout history, and been off by 90 million miles from the start to now. And who knows what it's going to be, because the moon's shrinking. That's going to cause a lot of orbital mechanics problems. So we're going to see some catastrophes. But so you're basing all this off of assumed values.
Yeah, there are measured values. They're not assumed.
They're assumed.
We can measure the distance to the sun. We can measure the distance to the moon.
Have you ever measured the distance to the sun or the moon?
I have not.
You have not. So you're taking the word of people.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Why would you do that? So it's a religion. So it's religion.
No, that's just how education works. So
no, that's not. That's how indoctrination works. Education.
No, that's not.
No. Education is indoctrination. Knowledge is learnedness. Okay.
So when I was in,
I would never claim a distance to something that I do not know the distance to. I would never claim that.
Hey,
so when I was in third grade, my third grade
miles.
teacher taught us our multiplication tables.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody proved that 3 times 3 equals.
What now?
You mentioned 90 million miles and
93. Yeah.
Well, I believe if you go back, you mentioned 90 million miles, and that's what I was going to ask: is what would the discrepancy be in that? About 3 to 4 million miles?
Well, the discrepancy actually comes from.
In 90 million that you mentioned.
Yeah, the 90 million that I mentioned.
It's 3 million roughly.
Okay, so the 90 million that I mentioned comes from right here. These are the various measurements that have been given over history right here. Okay, so you had Copernicus came up with 3 million miles. Then Tycho Brahe, he came out and he had 13. Kepler said, yeah, 13's cool, right? He had it off a little bit from there. Then Newton came out and doubled it, more than doubled it, right? And so he had 28. And then a second time he came up with, he had to double it almost again to 54 million. So then Martin comes along in 1754 and says, nope, it's about 81 or 82 million miles. But then Encke comes along in 1869 and he says, no, it's more than that. It's 95.274, right? And then this other guy, Meyer, comes out and says, no, you're wrong. It's 104. But then our Ball comes out and says, no, wait, you guys are wrong again. It's 92 or 93 million miles, okay? So from the beginning with Copernicus all the way up to current, we've had discrepancies in the neighborhood of over 90 million miles from the start. That's where I'm getting that from.
Right. But the 3 millions a very important number. The reason why I say that is, well, those numbers are interesting, and I haven't really got any designated comparison from flat Earth, which would make me immediately assume that 3 million miles is how high the sun is, according to your argument.
Well, then that I would say that that's probably even an exaggerated distance itself. Myself, I don't know. It doesn't behave the way that an object, a light that far in the size that they say it is, would behave, especially when we see in our high altitude photographs with the sun included in those, there's an obvious specular highlight, a hot spot, if you will, under the sun. Same thing with the moon. We see the moon when there's clouds in the sky. It only illuminates those clouds that are right under the moon. It doesn't illuminate all the clouds, whereas a light source that was 250,000 miles away, roughly, would illuminate all of the clouds. But it doesn't. It behaves like a local light source. The same with the sun. So those things alone right there tell me that it's not what they've told us. Now, one of the things that I've found that's really difficult with the sun and determining its position is, one, there's not really anything else to put it in reference to. And two, each one of us is looking, we see like a different, it's kind of like we see a different sun. It's almost like we're seeing a projection. It's kind of like with a rainbow. You know, that rainbow is going to be in this area over here. We see it, but if we try to walk to it, it's going to keep moving. We can't really get an accurate distance as to where this is occurring. So I think there's an optical phenomenon going on with it, especially, I got to find it. I got this video taken from a cockpit of a jet. And as it takes off, and it's sped up so you can see it, and he comes up, and as he climbs in altitude, he comes through this one, like a layer, and the sun is real huge. Like it's real huge in the cockpit. And then he comes up out of that into obviously some less dense medium or something, or a thin area of the air. And the sun all of a sudden gets small. And then he pops up into another medium, and it changes size once again and location. So this is some interesting shit regarding that. Light's a funny thing to try to pinpoint. I don't think it's not fully understood. We don't even really know what the fuck it is. They'll try to tell you, oh, it's photons. Show me a photon. I mean, yeah, you might want to quantify it down into some type of quantification, but really, have you? I mean,
photons are neat too, you know. Science necessarily can't exactly explain the mechanism behind gravity, and they also have quite a hard time explaining the mechanism behind electricity, or energy. It's kind of interesting, you know, that on the flat Earth realm, they also don't have any explanation for energy or gravity. So, I mean, it's not like either one of them are winning any great prizes here.
We actually do. We actually do have an explanation, and those explanations can be verified through the manipulation of the independent variable.
What is your explanation for the mechanism that causes electricity to exist?
Okay. So as far as electricity, the things that we do know about it is that it's directly related to magnetism. Now, with just limited capacity of time.
I think you have that backwards. Magnetism is related to electricity.
They're brother and sister. Where you find one, you'll find the other. Always.
And that I would agree with.
Okay. So we know that we can manipulate the different variables in there to find causation, what the actual mechanism that's causing it. I've heard Whitsitt describe some stuff that makes a lot of sense as far as how the magnetic field and everything works, and also the tattooed monkey. Have you ever watched him?
Yes.
Okay, he's got some really good stuff about magnetism and electricity. So there again, it's something that we can actually verify Whereas with gravity, we haven't really verified that it is actually something. You know,
would actually
with
be quite
electricity, we
surprised.
know that there's something there, right? When we deal with magnetism, we know there's something there. With gravity, it's nothing more than postulation. There's no proof of its existence whatsoever. And whereas the alternative explanations, we can indeed manipulate the independent variable, and in this case being the medium, and change the results. So we can make things fall faster or slower given the medium. We can actually make an object achieve equilibrium by changing the medium. So it is more of an explanation than just fantastically deciding that there's some kind of a thing that we can't see or touch, but we know it's there because we said that's what caused the effect. That's essentially what they're doing. And in order to have that, right, if you don't even know what it is, how can you just look at things in the sky and say, oh, I think they're moving because of this thing that I think is happening here? See, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't really make any sense whatsoever. It's no science involved with it whatsoever. But it is necessary to put forth this Luciferian inversion of reality. Because without gravity, we don't have orbits. We don't have gases for some reason forming together into a cohesive bond and crushing in on themselves and causing nuclear fusion. I mean, that's the dumbest shit thing. Gas coming together and crushing in on itself. Think about that. In any condition, gas does never behave that way. It won't for any reason unless it's contained.
You've asked me a couple of times about, do I watch this flat earther or that flat earther? And you'd actually be quite surprised. I watch a lot of them. I'd even say a lot more. I'd even say a lot more than the ball earthers. And the reason why is because primarily I believe, that the ball earthers are way too busy talking about the ball. And why I watch flat earthers so much is I get such a chuckle out of watching them also only talk about a ball.
Mm-hmm. So the tattooed monkey is not a flat earther. Just so you know. It's just I like his experiments regarding electromagnetic fields, his talks on magnetics and electricity. I learn a lot from it. But no, he's not a flat earther. At least I don't. The last time I watched him, he wasn't. But yeah, it's interesting. And the reason we have to talk about the globe is because that is the positive claim. Okay. And so we have to mention the positive claim in order to show the impossibilities of the positive claim in comparison to that which we observe, experience, and observational experimentation can show us. So.
But when you talk to me, you keep trying to go towards the globe also, and I have never made that positive claim of a globe. I mean, the only positive claim I know of when I am on your channel is that of flat, or well, supposedly, because what I am arguing is a negative claim. Know the existence of something. That is a negative claim. If you're claiming the existence of something, that is a positive truth claim.
Not if it's an observation. Okay, so what I mean by that, both of us can look out and observe that we see a stationary level horizon. Okay, I think pretty much everybody in this audience right now can agree that we look out and see an observably level horizon. Okay. So when somebody comes along with a claim that says, no, that's not what you're seeing. Okay. Then that is where the burden of proof lies. You understand? Because
but you
we're
still
going
push
by
that
what we
burden
observe.
upon me, even though I have never made that claim.
Well, okay. So is there a point?
Yes, that the burden of proof would be, on the person running the Flat Earth channel when the person who's coming up saying it's not flat is making a negative claim.
Okay.
Just
So
just your logic, just reverse.
No, my logic is this. The positive claim is that the Earth is a globe. That is the positive claim.
Your positive claim is the Earth is a globe. Man, I am going to clip that.
No, I said the positive claim, not my positive claim. You can clip whatever you want.
I thought you said my. I'll go back and check. But
I know what you
if
thought.
you didn't say that, I'm sorry. I just thought you said
I know
my.
what you thought. Okay. So the positive claim of the globe earthers, the proponents of a heliocentric model.
Right, but I was trying to point out that you keep trying to push that upon me, even though I have never.
What are you fucking arguing? What actually is?
I am making a negative claim.
What is your position?
A negative claim.
Such
a thing that you claim is a positive claim doesn't exist. And in opposition, you claim that a thing exists.
Okay, so now you're just playing semantic fucking head games. Okay, I'm not here for that tonight, Zerzus. Okay, you said you weren't going to come in and disrupt shit, right?
Okay, I'll just sit back and watch.
Very good.
It's 9. Nobody proved that because that requires advanced math that we don't.
It's evident though.
No, it's not. It's no. There's nothing self-evident about multiplication. So we learned those. We learned those.
There's nothing evident about multiplication. What in the fuck is he saying? It obviously is evident because it can be demonstrated. For Christ's sake.
About we learned the multiplication tables as a matter of rote learning, right? Because they are true and they're already known by somebody else as being true.
Well, it's not because they're known by someone else to be true. It's because they're verifiable facts. You think 2 times 2 is 4 because someone else said that it is, or is 2 times 2 4 because it is, and it's demonstrable, and we can prove this, right? It's not just some objective idea, or some subjective idea. It's objective. Boom. It is 2 times 2 is 4. Okay. Not because I said it, not because Zerzus said it, and not because Aristotle said it. Okay. 2 times 2 is 4 because it's a verifiable fact. I don't know where these people get. You can actually take objects and say, look, I have 3 of these objects. And if I increase that number by 3 times, now I have 9 objects. I mean, that's verifiable. Okay. That's not taking any assumptions into it at all. That's not even a good analogy to it. But if somebody just comes right out and says, hey, the sun is 93 million miles. And by the way, we used to think it was 83 million, and we used to think it was 6 million, and then we thought it was 15 million. And then, well, we really don't fucking know because we went ahead and we assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth. And hey, that works out good because then we can also assume that everything is orbiting the sun, and we don't have any proof of that at all. I mean, you're just assuming. You're just crying at this. You're just crying at this. No, I'm just saying you're everything about the heliocentric model. It's assumptions based on assumptions and making more assumptions from that. It's basically what it is. Is based on assumptions that totally ignore scientific impossibilities.
You make assumptions.
Your claim.
Can I just say one?
Sure.
You make assumptions, and then you make repeated experiments that validate and confirm the hypothesis, the assumption.
Yeah, I know.
You get closer and closer to the facts. You never actually reach absolute truth, but you do get closer and closer. No future
through repeated experimentation using independent variables, dependent variables, and controls. Yeah. So tell me the science part of your belief, Brenda.
No future astronomer is going to discover that the sun is 10 million miles away.
Why not?
Because that's not how far away.
I'm sure that's what Tycho Brahe thought too.
Because it's a physical object, and the physical relation between it and the Earth is an objective fact that is not dependent on our opinions.
But hasn't that always been the case?
They got it wrong because they didn't have
shit. So how do you know they got it right this time? They were off
because we made
by 90 million miles, Brenda.
We made successive experiments, refining
like what?
over
Like
and over and over again.
Like over and over
better,
and over.
Better telescopes, better instruments, more accurate instruments, more accurate.
You cannot measure things with a telescope, Brenda.
You literally can. You can measure angles with telescopes.
Okay, Brenda,
you can measure an angle. You can't measure sizes and distances.
You can measure angular size. Yes, you can.
Okay,
well, that's only an apparent size.
Angular size is the apparent size. Yes.
Okay.
And from that, you can determine how big something is.
In reference to what? If you don't know the sizes and distances of any of the other shit up there, then how the fuck do you have any reference to it, man?
You have to know a distance.
That's right. And you can
so if you don't know the distance, you can't assume the size.
You can figure those things out. People have done that.
You haven't done that?
But that's a genetic fallacy.
No, what I'm saying is just saying people have done that is not, that's like people have gone to space. No, we don't know that.
See, the thing is, people have done that. And I just got done showing her that the people that done that started out at 3 million and ended up at 93 million. They went up past it and then backed up again. That's a big fucking margin of error. From 3 million to 93 million. Think about that. What if you had that huge of an error in your checkbook? Right? You're going to get some overdrafts, man. Come on. Well, you just tell them that you have dark money, and you know that there's dark money because they can't prove that it's not there. So there you go. Science.
That's a genetic fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy. You're saying that because of the source of the information, you're saying it's false because
okay, Brenda, what people have done this?
Astronomers down through the
names, astronomers. All you did was take a whole group of everybody and put it into
Copernicus, Brahe, Tycho, all
the same guys I just showed you that were wrong. The same guys I just showed you that were wrong.
They made very good estimates. That's
very
what
good estimates.
It's the science,
3 million to
estimation. Science is about estimation.
You want to see that list again?
It doesn't.
Brenda, go with your next claim.
Incredible.
I mean, from 3 million to 93 million, and then invoke as one of the people who have done these measurements, who was on that list, who was obviously wrong and didn't come up with 93 million miles. According to you, he was wrong. Okay. Because somebody else, I guess, that you admire more came up with a different number. Wow. What the fuck? So you're going to bring up Tycho Brahe, and we just saw that Tycho Brahe was, do we still have that? Yeah. With Tycho Brahe, he said it was 13 million miles. So he was off by 80 million miles. He had an estimate, he had a distance of 13 million. So he was off by 90 million miles. And this is one of the people that you point to that have measured it. Come on. Crazy.
You're just incredulous.
One more claim, please. You got 2 minutes.
Who's it on?
It's Brenda making a claim. We'll probably just do, so this will be Brenda's second, and we'll probably just do one more each.
I'm going to.
Hey, Sean, shut the fuck up. Brenda has more balls than you do, Mr. Coward. I don't even want to hear from you, man. Go sit in the fucking corner, bro.
To share the screen again.
Okay. You got 2 minutes when you're ready. Go.
Here's my claim. Flat earthers confuse how to take an elevation angle. An elevation angle is not. I apologize for I live in a metropolitan area. Sorry about. Did you hear the sirens?
We did not.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I do hear it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It can't be helped. In astronomy and geography related sciences and context, the plane passing through a given point is vertical if it contains local gravity direction. Horizontal is taken to be perpendicular to the vertical of where you are. It is not.
It's perpendicular to the vertical regardless of where you are. Okay? Plumb is plumb no matter where you're at. I don't give a shit where you are in the world. Tokyo, Japan, Luray, Virginia, fucking, I don't care. Minnesota, plumb is plumb. And it's perpendicular to level. And nowhere is level or horizon a curve. Or we'd call it something else. Not from the word horizontal, horizon. Come on, man. Not curveizing, not the edge of the ball. God damn, these people are so desperate to want this shit to be true. It's sick. And I don't even know why they would want it to be true.
It is not parallel to the Earth's surface. It is a line of sight from the observers.
If I'm not mistaken, FE Nation's a tradesman as well, right? If you went on a job site talking this fucking nonsense, they'd throw you off the job site. I know they would.
Perpendicular, right, to a line that goes above the horizon, and then the angle of elevation goes to the celestial object, like say the sun, which we would say, like say maybe it's 40 degrees elevation or something like that, right? And then you correct, then you make a dip correction, right? So it's said to be horizontal if it is perpendicular to a vertical. In general, something that is vertical can be drawn up or down, such as a y-axis in a Cartesian coordinate system. Flat earthers, this is my claim, that flat earthers conflate the horizontal plane with the surface of the earth. Thus, this is a fallacy, right? In celestial navigation requires a globe earth and is impossible on a flat earth.
Okay, you got a minute to rebut that?
Okay, so if it was impossible, if navigation using the stars was impossible on a flat Earth, then how were they doing it long before they knew it was a globe? That is one of the biggest things that ever got me about that. I know you're Greeks in the bathhouse talking about their balls weren't out there with sextants riding around in ships. Okay, I'm pretty sure, right? They were too busy buggering the young guys that they conned into coming into their little academy. You know, come on in here and pick up soap for us.
You do know that there was a difference between science and mythology in Greece, right? There was science and there was also mythology.
Mm-hmm.
Mythology was kind of like telling of TV stories.
Mm-hmm.
And there was true science though. And even when they were spouting out the mythology of I can't remember what character raising the firmament above the ground, there is equal science of the exact same time, around 200 BCE or whatever, that clearly states opposition to the mythology that was being taught in Greece at the time.
Well, there was postulation against it. I don't think there was a whole lot of science involved with it because, as we've mentioned before, science is a process. Okay. And yes, it does begin with postulation and a hypothesis, right? Which is a postulation. So you have a hypothesis that I think that I see this happening, therefore I think it happens for this reason. So through the process of experimentation, we derive a conclusion of whether or not our hypothesis was valid or even true. And I don't see a bunch of guys
because I don't want Access Monday to feel like I'm like imposing upon his echo chamber here. So yeah, we'll go ahead and step down so he can have his confirmation bias that he wants.
Nah, you ain't got to do that. But the thing is, what I'm saying is philosophy, and
I just didn't want to ruin your.
I know you're all right. Yeah, we've got some passionate flatties. We got some passionate flatties, and you know what causes that animosity? You know what causes it? Trolls.
Being wrong.
No, trolls. It's trolls. It's people that can't have a proper discord that want to come in and fucking argue and act like an asshole. Kind of like that guy that come up here earlier.
You and I have
they come up on the muscle. They come up on the muscle, right? They're not here for a discussion. They're here for an argument. See,
different opinions on the word troll. I believe it's truth and reality obstructing lion losers, but you must have some other type of idea for it.
Oh no, my idea of it's pretty standard to everybody else's. Okay, I don't mind an opposing viewpoint. I don't like an asshole. Okay, so when somebody wants to come up on the muscle and the only thing they're looking to do is to argue, they're not here for a discussion at all. They're here to be an asshole.
No, I would agree. There are times that I come up pretty much just to be an asshole.
And I'm not just talking about you. I'm not talking about just you. But after a while, you know, like the guy that did 7 or 8 tours in Vietnam, he can't even eat in a Chinese restaurant because he wants to kill the fucking staff, right? The staff never did anything to him, but he's got that embedded. It's hurt. He's been fucked with enough by these people that he's just going to lash out at any of them, you see? And so consequently, that's what happens in this, is because we don't get people too often that want to have a proper discord. They don't want to have a discussion. They want to come in and argue and make a shit show out of things, you see? And I can understand that. That's why I'll eject those people. It's not because I'm trying to have an echo chamber. I like an asshole-free environment, you see? And
well, you'd have to leave planet Earth for that.
No, not really, because I run across a great number of good people that are able to observe conversational decorum, not revert to the behavior of a toddler. Okay, that's the fucking shit that right there. I can handle somebody who wants to come up and talk. I think we've had Mr. B on here a number of times, and we've had great discussions. It doesn't turn into that, and that's welcome. Mr. B's welcome to come up here all the time. He comes into the chat all the time, and we have great conversations because we can leave our emotions out of it, right? You got to leave your emotions out of it. And it's hard. A lot of these people out here, they've been fucking being dicked with by this person, that person. And of course, because the main tool of the Glober is, of course, going to be mockery. And then they're going to hit up with this fake space next, you see. And this is how the system is designed, to get the rest of us all to bleat like sheep at the one that doesn't go through in the line. Right.
Well, I don't know. If you see somebody sitting over in a corner eating poo and calling it chocolate, you might mock them as well.
That's not even close to an analogy of what you're talking about. How does that equate to not buying into the pseudoscientific belief of a heliocentric model? What would someone sitting in the corner eating feces have to do with that at all? How?
Well, the fact that they were saying it was chocolate.
Well, it's clearly not. It's clearly not. So how does that analogy work? It's clearly not. So how does that analogy even equate to what we're talking about?
Right. It's clearly not.
It doesn't. It's just, that was a really feeble attempt at trying to ad hom those that don't buy the Globe. That's what you just did. I saw through it.
I could have used anything else, but I try to use your words a lot. And that is one of the ones you like to say about wiping poo on nose and slapping balls out of Globe Earther's mouth. These are things that you say that I say quite a bit.
Okay. No, I've never said either of those two things. And secondly, I'm still waiting to figure out. Wait. I'm still trying to figure out. Why would I ever say this, that I'd slap the balls out of someone's mouth? I've never used that phrase ever in my fucking life.
Wait, yes, if you go back and you watch your videos, you will find out that you did in fact say that the Globe Earthers constantly talk about Globe. You can't get them to stop talking about Globe.
That's not what you just said.
I'm quoting you. They're always talking about Globe, so you can't slap the balls out of their mouth. And the other day, somebody kept talking about Globe, no matter how much I told them not that I wasn't talking about Globe. They still continued to talk about Globe, and I used your analogy.
Okay, so would you back onto the topic? In fact, I want you to back up your claim right there with a clip of me actually saying that. Secondly, and I really hope you were paraphrasing because I don't even talk that way. Secondly, I would like you to explain to me how your analogy of a guy sitting in the corner eating shit has and thinking it's chocolate has any correlation to not believing in pseudoscience claims with no backing. Can you please explain how that was, other than a sad attempt at an
Do you
ad
want me to
hom for
explain?
flat
I
Earth?
will. I will if you want me to.
Okay.
Okay. There have been several occasions that you have told, I know that you understand that you think Lisa is annoying and all that, but there are several occasions that you have told Lisa on your stream that if you wiped poo on her nose and told her it was roses, would she believe it's roses? It's the exact same analogy.
Okay, so you wait a second. You're if I had said that, you're saying that I've said this multiple times to Lisa or something? Or was that somebody in the chat that said that?
It's your channel, buddy. You know what
I
you've said on
wait a
your
second, wait a
channel.
second.
You
Don't
know what
start.
you've said on your
Hold on a
channel.
minute. Before no, don't even go there. So you're gonna try to straw man me with what someone in my chat said.
It's not a straw man because you can go back and watch your videos. A straw man
Wait a
is
second.
something that
Did
you can't
I say
confirm.
those things? Wait a second. Did I say that, or was it someone in my chat?
Are you always going to duck under somebody else? Yes,
I'm
you
not.
said it out of your
Okay, then
mouth
you
on
find the
your
clip. You go
screen.
ahead and you find the clip of that, and I'd like you to relate it to me as to how your analogy, other than being a sad attempt at an ad hom, had any bearing on the discussion.
Well, I'm pretty sure somebody will send me the clip now that I've mentioned it.
Okay. So there's more, though.
What do you want? I've already explained clearly that you have said these things on your channel. And
So
I mean, you're asking me to show you.
well,
You
I've
want me
said
to
a
pull
lot
it
of
up
things.
right this moment? Look through your,
I've
wait,
said.
do you want me to look through your multiple videos streamed 5 to 7 hours a night? At this moment, while we are live and pan through all of them to find the exact moments that I'm talking about. That's
Whatever's your
ridiculous. That's
claim, bro.
almost as ridiculous as
Wait,
most of your claims.
is that not your claim?
People can go back and watch it.
Do I
It's
have
that
to go and
simple.
prove that I didn't say that shit, or do you have to prove that I did say it?
I guess I should have to prove that you did
There
say
you
it. And
go.
like I
Okay,
said,
so now that we've figured
if
that
you
out,
pay
I
attention,
would
like
like
I
to
said,
know,
somebody will send me that clip now that I've said it.
How is it relative to whether
Asked
or
me if I
not?
needed to prove the claim, and I said that I guess you are right that I need to
Okay.
prove the claim. And now that I
Then
have
it's
said
done,
it,
right?
somebody will
We've got
send me the
that.
clip,
We've established that part.
which will be my
There's no
proof.
need to talk about it any further because we've established
That's kind of what I was
that.
saying a minute ago.
All right. Now, how was it relative to whether or not someone believes in non-proven pseudoscience nonsense? How does it relate to that? It doesn't. Zerzus, just
At
go
this
ahead.
moment, you're talking circles. It was talking about her believing a ball, which I guess you believe is pseudoscience, non-relative. I mean, it's
How
relative.
does
Obviously,
someone
it's
sitting in the corner
extremely
eating
relative.
feces relate to someone not accepting unproven, scientifically impossible pseudoscience crap?
Because I said the guy was sitting there eating it and saying it was chocolate. It would be non-scientific, pseudo nonsense crap out of his mouth to be saying it's chocolate if it clearly isn't. It's the same analogy.
Okay. So then someone claiming that the earth is a sphere when it clearly isn't is tantamount to that same thing. I agree. So let's get on with this. Before somebody came and decided to take the curvature of the sky they're looking at and transpose it onto the earth. Vertical is vertical. Horizontal is horizontal. It always is. Horizontal is not curved. Horizontal is not
Correct.
And vertical is not toward the center of a ball at all.
It's literally how it's
vertical
defined.
is perpendicular to horizontal. Horizontal is level. Level does not incorporate a curve in any way, shape, or form.
That's
the
false.
definition of level is no point having any inequality to any other point. In other words, there's no point higher or lower than any other point. That is level. This is not on a curve. This is
on the
not
surface.
on
Level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
No, it does not mean that.
It doesn't mean that at all, or it would be called an arc. That's an arc. Level is a line. No point having any more equality than the other. I mean, you can't have any deviations. No part higher or lower than any other point. That's level. That's a straight line. That is not an arc. And it doesn't matter if it's 4 feet or if it's 400 feet. No point higher or lower than the other. That's level. That's a line.
Literally curvature. My friend, I have a Webster's dictionary here from 1975.
There are at least 7 definitions in that dictionary, aren't there?
The entire all the definitions. Never once is there anything talking about curvature.
It's literally in the dictionary. It's literally,
it's literally not.
It literally is.
Okay, you got 1 minute to finish this off, Brenda, and then Dave, you get your last claim after this.
Right. So the argument here is that flat earthers are misusing celestial navigation and claiming that they are measuring the Earth flat. This is demonstrably false because horizontal is from the observer's height through the eyepiece of the sextant and to 90 degrees from vertical. And then if you don't have a reflecting pool, if you don't have a bubble sextant, then you can use the horizon, but then you have to make a correction for the dip to horizon, the dip from horizontal to the horizon.
Observer height.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not curvature. That's just the parallax of your eyes being higher than the ground. That's not curvature of the Earth. That's just observer height.
Correct. That's how
you incorporate that into a curvature calculator, and that's how we demonstrate that we see objects way too far beyond a curve where they should be hidden.
No flat earther has ever shown that we see objects further than we should.
Yeah, in fact, Jaron right here has shown it several times.
No, Jaron actually
has shown it several times. Joshua Nowicki showed it. Rob Skiba videoed it going across the lake.
Here's the thing right here too, is I'm looking at level in my Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. Big, huge fucking book. It's got everything in it. In the center column, as you can see, maybe, I don't know if I can turn this around so you can see it. It's got, well, I can't, the green screen. But anyway, you know how they are. They got 3 columns of definitions on each page. And almost the entire center column of this is the definitions for level. As an instrument, in every context that you can find. And we've gone over this on this show before. I'm not going to bore you with going through every definition again, but we never once found anything about a globe or a curve or center of the Earth or a tangent point or any such indication of a curve whatsoever in the definition of level. Now they've changed it online to incorporate that, but it automatically right off the bat contradicts itself by including what I had said earlier, to have no point higher or lower than the other, which totally goes against what an arc does. So just because the Ministry of Truth has put their shit in there, just like they slipped the G into the buoyancy equation, where it's just an observed effect. It's not a cause. It could be an A. I prefer like force equals mass times acceleration. You can go G if you want to, but you're still using the acceleration constant. So they try to slip it in everywhere that they possibly can just to get you to believe this shit. I mean, it's really quite devious and goes against fucking reality. I mean, it really does. It's an inversion of reality. Oh, curved level is curved. Up is down and down is up. And everything does exactly what it can't do. I mean,
No,
come
none
on.
of them,
That's a straw man claim. That's a straw man say no one has ever proven that. We've shown that a million times, bro.
No, you never have, because those laser experiments were due to.
I'm not talking about a laser experiment. I'm talking about being on the other side of Lake Michigan, bringing Chicago into view in your camera,
that's due to refraction.
And leaving it completely in view as you go across the lake to Chicago. They did this. And there was no where it just disappeared and then came back or anything else like that. None of that happened.
It gets loomed up. It gets loomed up due to refraction because when the light turns down.
Brenda, if that was true, the fucking thing would have kept rising up as you got closer to it, and then it would skip, and you get the real vision of it. You know, no. Try to walk to. What you're talking about is like a rainbow or something. Try to walk to a rainbow.
You see the object loomed upwards.
So why was none of that occurring as Rob Skiba got closer and closer and closer to Chicago? We didn't see the image change or go away at all. It just got bigger and bigger and bigger until he got to it.
And why would it go away? It wouldn't go away.
Dude, it would be, because it's all part of the angle of view that you're looking at something is why the refraction happens. You don't see a mirage forever. It's the same reason you can't walk to a rainbow. There you
go. Refraction happens because of a change in the direction due to the density of the air.
All this refraction is making me want to smoke a bowl. I'm going to have to do it. And the angle of view. And the angle. What did you say?
Oh, I just laughed.
Oh, yeah. It's too many times. I can't even count. I'm just going to have to smoke a great big old bowl. You know, it's like too many times of refraction and gravity being spoken about. I probably did that on purposely, subconsciously, so I could smoke a lot of pot. Of view. If you've got more of the horizon, look, a 3-foot wave can obstruct a 25-foot boat.
No, it can't if you're above.
Yes, you can.
It literally geometrically you can prove that.
Geometrically.
Not if you're taller than the wave, then the wave can't obstruct anything taller than you.
Fuck, you can't.
Okay, Dave, your final claim here. You got 2 minutes when you're ready.
I kind of think you.
Okay, I was just looking for something on here. Kind of think what?
But you both were on different points there. I think that Brenda was suggesting that the wave right there at the surface of the ship, can't obstruct the boat. And I believe that you were referring to a wave more like 20 feet away from you, 100 feet away from you.
Yeah, it was a quarter of a mile.
That boat.
It was a quarter.
I believe she was suggesting that right there at the hull of the boat. There's no way a wave at the hull of the boat could possibly ever obstruct the view of that boat. But I understand what you were saying there.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing. I believe in that equation. It was a 6-foot observer, a 3-foot wave, a quarter of a mile away. The distant object is 250 feet tall, and it's 25 miles away. And so it's just like what I just showed with my thumb covering up my entire face. Just like that. See, we know that it hasn't. What we got is foreshortening. I remember the first time I started learning about that, because it really perplexed me as a kid watching the president give the State of the Union. And here's old Richard Nixon standing up there at the podium. And it looked like the vice president and the Speaker of the House were like right up against him, man. It looked like they were right behind him. But then you see another view from an angle, and there's the president standing here, and these guys are sitting way back behind him. And I was asking my dad, who was really big into photography, got me into it. And I was like, and he explained that to me about foreshortening and how telephoto optics actually work. And when you're bringing which object you're bringing into focus, you know, that field of view is going to change if you're focused in like on the 3-foot wave instead. You can still have the same telephoto going, but you bring that closer object into view and it changes everything in the background. So there's a lot involved with that. When you're using telephoto lenses, when you're using when you're dealing with perspective, this is why you can use this to your advantage to hide if you need to. In some instances, you use the principles of perspective, and you can actually hide yourself from view from someone. There, you're focused from depth of field. Exactly. Mark, welcome to the channel, my friend. But yes, there's a lot involved with that. And you can't just go, well, here's this picture and half of the building's cut off. So what's that say? Well, that says that I'm not getting a whole lot of information on your photograph. That's what that's telling me. I don't know where I put it. I had just on that last point of hers, the math showing that absolutely a 3-foot wave can obstruct a 25
If you're an ant on the beach, then a 1-foot wave will obscure distant objects on the horizon. But if that ant is 6 feet above the ground, then those 1-foot waves will not obstruct anything.
Hang on. Right here. You see?
Share this here. Share. Okay. You're on screen now.
So what you got there is a 6-foot observer with 1 arc minute of resolution. Okay. And this is showing how big a wave would have to be. A quarter.
Where's that eyeball? What is the height of that eyeball?
It just says 6-foot observer.
What is the height of that eyeball?
6 foot.
Well, then why would it be?
Can you read that? Can you read it? It says.
And why would it be below a 3-foot wave?
Because of the distance. When you bring
that's not how.
Yes,
anything works.
Yes, because as an object goes away from you, the angular size of an object going away from you gets smaller. It doesn't actually get smaller in real life. Okay, it's getting smaller due to perspective. Now, because you are closer to this part of the visual plane than you are this part up here. Okay. You're going to get more effect from this than you are from up here, right?
That's not how anything works. So your image shows.
You got a minute.
Your image shows an eyeball halfway into.
She's taking the fucking eyeball. It's just to represent. This is the observer. Here's a 3-foot at a certain distance, and this is the ship. It's just giving you the components. The specifications of these components are listed at the top and in the equation. But instead, Brenda's focused on the fucking picture. Focused on the picture. And it's sort of like, holy shit, I should have just showed him that without the picture, But it's obviously not to scale. It's only drawn out to give an illustration of what's being described in the paragraph. That's all. It's not going to be an absolute per scale model or something.
To the water and a 3-foot.
Oh my God. It's not drawn to scale. It's there to show you the math. Did you look at the math? Did you look at the math?
It shows.
You guys love the math. Look at the math.
It shows a 3-foot wave being at the same level as the eye.
Oh my God. It's a demonstration.
Show the image again. It shows the 3-foot wave at the same height as the eye.
What did I just get done saying about the scale? This is just a demonstration of the wave, the boat, and the eye. Look at the mathematics.
Show the image. It shows a 3-foot wave at the same eye level as the eye. Show the image again.
It's up there.
Well, it's not being shared.
No, I don't think you're sharing.
It's not being shared.
There it is.
There it is.
Right. That line going from the 3-foot wave to the eye, to the middle of the eyeball.
Right.
That would not happen if this was attached to a person 6 foot tall. This would not. This is a wrong diagram. You've drawn it wrong.
The diagram is not the information. You understand? This is just the components.
The math is based on a false assumption.
Wait a second. The math is using a 6-foot observer with 1 arc minute of resolution. Okay. You see the 250 foot over 20 foot, blah, 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 right? Oh, say so in a quarter of a mile, a wave would only have to be 3 foot tall in order to obstruct that 20-mile away distance.
In order to obstruct a 6-foot observer, a wave would have to be at least 6 foot tall.
We're not obstructing the 6-foot observer. We're obstructing the distant object.
It says given a 6-foot observer. It's literally your first sentence.
We're not looking at the observer. We're not looking at the observer, Brenda. We're looking at the ship. Okay, look at the little blue ship over here on the far right. That's the distant target. It's being obstructed by the wave because of foreshortening. Okay, that's the point of it. And it's showing that you can literally take a 250 foot tall object 20 miles away and block it out with a 3-foot wave at a quarter mile. And it's just due to your perspective. Does it mean that the ship shrunk down to 3 foot tall, or that the wave increased in size in actuality? No, it's just the effect of your angular vision. In fact, I would have made that diagram just the opposite of what they're showing. I would have made that diagram just the opposite of what they're showing. So, but in any case, the diagram is not, notice there's no eyeball floating around somewhere or just hanging out on the beach or anything else like that. This little picture that's down at the bottom is just to show, okay, here's the observer, here's the 3-foot wave, and here's the distant object. Now, here's our mathematics. And for these people that masturbate continuously to the point where they've got algebra books with pages stuck together, I figured this would just tickle their nuts right here. You know, and be like, hey, look, here's some math for you. Oh, you know, no, you're going to look at the picture. It's like the picture is not what we're focused on here. Okay. We're focused on this, you know, in the video I got that from, I wish if I'd had more time, I'd have showed that. But anyway, crazy.
Yeah, I believe as far as
anything, it has to be a 6-foot tall wave.
No, because the wave
3 feet, it's at his knees.
The wave is a quarter mile out, 3-foot
Can you
wave.
see Can you see a wave that only comes up to your waist? Yes, dude, you can see over it.
You know what it is? I just figured it out. It's because this is showing it in a third-person, 2-dimensional orthographics. And I forgot that these people don't understand perspective. They do not understand visual perspective at all. They think that 2-dimensional orthographic Euclidean geometry is a description of what we see. They truly think that. And I don't know why. Especially when they've been shown it's not how we see things. So I understand why she was confused now.
Okay, Brenda, your last claim. And then we'll be doing the closings in 1 second. Go ahead, Brenda. You got 2 minutes on this one.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen again.
Okay, I got you.
This is from Rufy's little presentation. I do not require a flat Earth to hang a plumb bob. I do not require a flat Earth to establish a horizontal plane at right angles to my plumb bob, and I do not require a flat Earth to measure an elevation angle. This would be my final claim. It is not a requirement of having a flat Earth to measure an elevation angle because the horizontal.
No, but you do need a horizontal flat plane line. So there's no getting around that one, Roofy. Okay, you still need a horizontal plane line in order to do that with. All right, regardless of whether or not you're standing on bumpy ground or anything else like that, level is going to be level everywhere. Everywhere. There's no deviation, right? No part higher or lower than another. Level
is established from the observer. It is not assumed that the ground is a horizontal plane. That is simply misrepresenting. It is simply lying about how celestial navigation is done.
It's done using a flat base plane, a flat baseline. You correct for observer height if needed, right? But what are you pinpointing yourself to, like an exact spot? No, they're not that accurate. Okay. I'm sure with today's technology, it could be, but what you're suggesting that's going to take you right to the same fucking spot each time. It's going to get you close.
It's a bald-faced lie,
it's a lie.
that measurements, that elevation angles require a flat Earth. That is a bald-faced lie.
Is that direct?
And I'm indignant about that lie. Why? How dare you? See, that's a lie. Not just you're mistaken, not that's not correct, and here's why. No, it's just it's a bold-faced lie. Burn the heretic.
Directed at Sovereign Soul?
Is directed at the flat Earth community.
Okay. You have 50 seconds.
Oh, it's on me?
Oh, that's it? I guess she's done. You got a minute to rebut. Go ahead.
Okay. Level is level, plumb is plumb. They've only recently added anything to do with the curvature of Earth to the online definitions of the word level. In my Webster's Unabridged Dictionary from 1975, the entire center column of the page is devoted to the word level, and in nowhere in that entire column is curvature mentioned. Okay. In order to get an what do you want me to do? You want me to get a geometry teacher to agree to me that angles are not arcs? I can do that. You want me to get a geometry teacher that will agree with me that triangle does not have an arc in it? I can do that too. Absolutely. All day long.
I just did the math on that, and it comes out to 16,000 feet. I think that entire thing was listed wrong.
What the equation, that equation?
The equation you showed comes out to 16,000 feet.
All right, we'll have to go over that and take a look at it then. But the idea of foreshortening does absolutely make sense. And it's observable, it's repeatable, it's demonstrable.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I will add the solve into the chat.
You will add what?
The solve.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So let's see what we got. Yeah, it's observable. I mean, I just showed you how easy it is to obscure a large object with a small object that's closer in your field of vision. It's that simple. Elevation angle, it is not a lie that you do need a flat plane line, and this is required because we use what's called triangulation. There are no arcs in a triangle, otherwise it wouldn't be a triangle, it would be something else. Okay, it's a biangle with an arc, and it doesn't work. So this is just completely 100% false. I've spent a lot of time building houses and working in construction, and plumb is plumb and level is level, and you'll get your ass thrown off the job if you think anything different. Okay. I would say that that's just no good, man. No bueno.
Okay, Brenda, you got a minute to close that one out.
Who was it just said in here? I have some tradesmen in here. I know some tradesmen in here, and they are, I mean, when I talk to anybody that's ever worked in the trades about that whole concept of level and plumb that the globe purports, and they just look at you like you're fucking stupid. Like, no, that's not possible, you know? And that even gets them on. I think tradesmen are some of the easiest ones to get them to see some stuff, you know, because they're actually dealing with shit like this on a daily basis. You know, I noticed that I don't see many sailors coming out here professing all this shit about stellar navigation, but I do see a lot of people who are not sailors talking about celestial navigation and shit, like I don't know, like they've spent all kinds of time at sea or something. I don't know. I got a little sextant. I'm gonna fuck around with it and see what I can do.
You said you had an observatory in your area, right?
I know we have a planetarium.
A planetarium. That's what I meant. Observatory. Yeah. Duh.
You anyway, know, they might have an observatory at JMU. I can look real quick though.
One of the good things to do with your sextant is to stand on the east side of the observatory and take a measurement at one point, the west side of the observatory, and take a measurement at the same point, and then do that again on the north and south side of the observatory, and see if you get all different numbers. I'm willing to bet you get all different numbers, but yet people in the ocean would basically get all of the same numbers.
Let me see here. So yeah, I would love to. I got to learn how to use my sextant, and make sure that it's actually, works and shit like that too. So that's a whole nother venture. I'm learning my nocturnal timepiece, which works off of Polaris and another star in the Little Dipper. And you set it for, did you tune in that day that I was showing that thing?
I don't think so. I don't watch you every day. I watch you quite a bit, but not every day.
So yeah, okay. So JMU Planetarium is the only thing they have is the planetarium, which is pretty cool. And sometimes they do Pink Floyd laser shows and shit in there. So it's pretty cool. They've got a lot of let's see, Saturdays. They got the show on Saturday. They got Science Sunday for girls there. Explorer camps. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's a neat thing. I should actually go down there more. But I really hate, even though it's only like 35 miles away, I abhor the city, and especially when school is in, because we have 3 universities around Harrisonburg. We got Bridgewater College, Eastern Mennonite University, and James Madison University. And when school is in, the population like quadruples, and traffic is horrible. And then in the summertime, it's like a ghost town. I mean, it's just normal. It's beautiful. So I'll probably this summer go down there. I don't envy my wife. She works there at JMU. And of course, she's got to go there every day. But I think nowadays she's staying off the expressway just because of all the crazy trucks. She takes the Route 11, which is the old Valley Pike. It's been here for a couple hundred years. The only thing different about it now from back then is there's a few traffic lights and it's paved, but the scenery is all still the same. And it's really doesn't take that much longer, but you don't run the risk of getting killed as bad. So that's kind of
we have similar here in Oregon with the old scenic highway, which was originally the Oregon Trail. And we've built freeways that are just mass packed with cars, and it's much better to just take the old scenic highway. Sure, it's going to take you a little bit longer, but you know what you're going to get? Scenery.
Yes, that's beautiful. I love it, man. I love that. I went through Donner Pass during a blizzard. That was crazy, man. It started snowing, and we were coming up to the foot of the pass. And they had the state police there blocking it off, wouldn't let nobody go up unless they had chains or 4-wheel drive. And well, I had a 4-wheel drive Tundra, so they said like, all right, go ahead, go through. So I went up over this thing, and I always think about that Donner Party of 8,
Yum.
I'm going over that and I'm telling my buddy, I was like, yeah, man, that's where these fucking guys, they had to eat each other and shit, man. And he's like, oh man, this is where that happened. I said, yeah, in conditions just like we're in. Well, we got almost up to the top, right? Where it's a smooth coming down the other side. And the guy in front of me decided that he was too scared. And he turned around and went against traffic all the way the fuck back down the mountain, man. I mean, I don't know if he ever made it or not, but I thought that is about the dumbest shit thing. You've made it halfway and you're going to turn around and go back down a slippery mountain with traffic coming the other way. you know, because the two different directions were separated by like a little wooded area of a medium. So he just turned around and was going against traffic through this snowstorm down the fucking mountain. Crazy people.
Yeah. Let me see. What did he say? A number of things. Same plumb as plumb. This is a tautology. It's basically a nonsense.
It's perpendicular to level, and level is perpendicular to plumb. Okay. And they're universally the same everywhere. They're going to be the same everywhere. A level or plumb in Tokyo, Japan is going to be level and plumb with something here in the United States. That's just how it is. The idea of plumb lines all pointing toward the middle of a circle or of a ball, that's ridiculous, man. That is. How come it don't start swaying around and shit because of the Coriolis effect?
It is an uninformative proposition, right? And saying that level is somehow new. It is not. There are 19th century works on surveying that define level as conforming to the curved portions of the earth from the 19th century.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
I don't think any such thing exists. I'll tell you that right now. Because look, man, what the fuck level being that's a tangent. That's a tangent point. There are no lines on a curve. There are no lines on a curve. And horizontal is a line. Triangles are lines and angles and lines do not have arcs in them. And this is the confusing thing. Although degrees of an arc and degrees of an angle are measured like in degrees and arc minutes and whatever else, it doesn't mean that they're the same thing. It's just a radius measured in degrees is not the same as an angle measured in degrees. So a tangent point cannot be a level. You can have a level tangent point, but it has to be in reference to something else. Because if level is a tangent point on a ball, that means that every spot on that ball is level, which is not true. It's only a tangent. And a tangent is a line that doesn't really exist. It's imaginary. Whereas the horizon is an actual physical line that we can align our level with.
mctoon./level. I know you don't like him, but actually MC Toon is one of the most polite, most cordial globe earthers that are around.
Really? I've had the experience I've experienced his cordialness before. He's a prick.
Well, I didn't see, I don't recall. I might have seen if you appeared with him. I don't recall him being abusive to you.
Okay, we're going to be doing the closings. We've got...
You didn't notice his condescending bullshit that he did and drawing little cookie monsters and then being like an obtuse little fucking child? You didn't see none of that? Really? Come on, man. You chose not to see it. Everybody here saw it. That's why I threw that dumb son of a bitch out of here.
Dave, I believe, going first, right? So, Dave, you got 2 minutes to close it out. And then we're going to take, if anybody has super chats or questions, Rockman, I'll check those in a second. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes. When
Locksmart, think about this, man. McToon and Brenda are both in Minnesota. Nobody's ever seen them together. Could they be the same person? Oh, that's right. I just fucked up your mind right there, didn't I? Now you're going to think about that.
When you're ready.
Right. So the Earth, as I stated before, is a level, topographical, stationary plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. Along comes some philosophers and starts postulating some ideas based on alchemic principles of planets in the sky and, of course, the sun worship of giant sun, basically a Luciferian inversion of all reality. There has been no sufficient evidence to prove that this phenomenon called gravity actually exists,
nor enough proof of it to actually ascribe it to other objects that we see in the night skies. This is all based on assumptions, hopes, and beliefs that are rooted in philosophy and pseudoscience with absolutely no experimental nor demonstrative proof of the postulations. And therefore, I contend that a globe Earth remains a scientific impossibility due to the fact that no gas pressure system can exist without containment. It is the nature of nature. Equalization is the schedule of nature, and therefore objects within disequilibrium will react accordingly. They will either stabilize or they will head towards stabilization. And this is the reason we see things rise or fall on the Earth. It's nothing more than the reaction to the object within the medium. The weight of an object, or the gravitas, is defined. We quantify what is basically a ratio between the density of the object and the medium in which it resides. Density, of course, is volume. Density is actually equal to the mass times the volume of the object. So within certain ratios, when we change these ratios, we see the opposite effect. Whereas in the air, something is falls to the ground, we can cause it to easily float or achieve neutral buoyancy within the right medium. I think that's pretty much all I've got with that.
Okay.
I think that's pretty much all I've got. That's all I need.
Thank you much. We got Brenda up next. Brenda, 2 minutes.
Flat Earth is a religious dogma. It is a quasi cult. No flat earther has ever falsified any claims by the globe Earth, nor have they ever presented any evidence for the Earth being flat, other than it looks flat to me and we see too far. And all of these have been shown to be based on misunderstandings of perception and perspective.
Misunderstandings of perspective. If that were true, Brenda, we wouldn't have to constantly be explaining perspective to you guys, man. We wouldn't have to constantly be explaining these things to you. But we do. And you still choose to look at it like, oh, no, that's not true. We don't see like that. It's magical refraction lifting the Chicago skyline up 600 feet or whatever else. Holy shit, man. Come on. But only with the Chicago skyline, not anything else. We don't ever see that. We never see France popping up over the fucking horizon.
The flat Earth cannot work with celestial navigation. Elevation angles are only possible are possible on a globe. They are taken from the 90-degree horizontal plane at the sextant, at the observer's location. It is not the ground. We have measured the distances to the sun, the sizes and distances and orbitals of the various planets, the distances to stars and galaxies very far away.
And we did all that just by looking at them through a fucking telescope. Holy shit.
Flat Earth would, if it was accepted, would plunge the world into a dark age of ignorance and superstition.
I hope you're not going to go into the questions and answers tonight.
No planes.
What's that?
Oh, I hope you're not going to go into the questions and answers tonight, because I'm going to have to dive off before we get there. I'll come back and watch it if you're going to go into the questions and answers.
Yeah, I'm playing the whole thing, man.
Awesome.
Plane schedules
Let me go ahead and
would
let
not
you know.
work.
Then I'm going to go ahead and
GPS
leave now. Have a good night, man.
All right.
I had a lot of fun.
Okay, cool.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Would not work. Maps would not work. Flat earthers have no map, no model. They have no math. They have nothing other than a religious dogma that they stick to.
Wait a second. We even use your math, Brenda. 7.9 miles per 7.9 inches per mile squared. We use that to try to find this convexity that you speak of. But every time we do it, we find that there's no convexity. And yes, we do see too far, especially when that hidden object. You got to tell me refraction's doing this with all the time. Just happens to be doing this all the fucking time. It's always the perfect conditions for a mirage. Because it isn't like it's been done with once, right? We had observations that we call a black swan, because the postulation of all swans are white. It only takes someone to find one black swan to disprove that. Okay. But we've not found one black swan. We've found an entire fucking species of black swans. Okay. Repeatedly within the visual range of P900, P1000 cameras, which is extraordinary. We are able to bring distant objects back into view that should be behind hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature, and in some cases, miles. So what are you talking about? I mean, it's not just one or two. We're talking about an entire flock of black swans. And why would this throw everybody back into the dark ages or anything like that? Just because we don't believe we're on a ball, we can't have cell phones, we can't have internet, we can't have computers. What? They're going to take away your bathhouses, or what the fuck do you think's going to happen? Listen, the thing is, they act like we're going to turn the world flat. We're not turning the world flat. It's always been flat. You turned it into a ball. And we're showing people how you did that. And you're also showing people why. You're also showing people why. Those of us that can see deeper can actually see why you would believe these things and why you would postulate such things. You see?
And it's increasingly becoming irrelevant. People are interested in it to a certain extent, the way they are interested in a car crash. It is simply a spectacle. It is a spectacle and entertainment rather than anything positive. I don't know what else to say from there. It's simply an observable, demonstrable fact that the Earth is a globe. It has been for thousands of years.
Thank you very much. We've got super chats to go through, so let me get through some of these. Thank you very much to Lord Racer, who's been a member for 8 months, says they can't and they won't stop us all. We've got next James Richard, $5, says, Brenda, can you isolate, control, and vary, manipulate gravity? If so, please demonstrate. Give you a minute to answer that. Or do you have?
Yeah, in the Cavendish experiment, the independent and dependent variables are isolated and controlled for.
No. Your dependent variables are your weights. How did you modulate the independent variable? That's again, just like even with the gravitational constant, or what they call the gravitational, how did you isolate the independent variable of gravity? That was the question, and they're dancing around it.
By the independent variable and the dependent variable, it depends on the gravitational force will depend on the distance between the weights, right? And you can control for confounding factors by using materials that are not magnetic or electromagnetic. You can also control for heat and temperature variations. You can control for all of those things, and people do. The Cavendish is conducted by thousands of engineering students.
Thousands? I don't think so, man. I don't think so. it's been done. I'll give you that. As far as it being an experiment, well, no, not really. And it certainly is not scientific. Okay. I don't know why they're still using this. This comes from like the 1700s, and this is the best you can do is Cavendish
at university every year in their university courses.
And you're just saying people did this. What people? And what variables were modulated? How are they modulated? I mean, can you give us some kind of a synopsis as to, when we did such and such, we noticed this. And so therefore we hypothesize that this must be this. And what?
Okay. Let's go with the next one. What did you say about? Oh, sorry, we'll skip that part. We've got SWIM Swim says Slave Dave is afraid to debate Nick Volt. What the hell that is?
No, I'm not. It has to be in a structure. So hold on, Joe Cool. It's been repeated over and over, but the independent variable. What is the independent variable, and how is it modulated? Okay. Now, I know you're just going by what someone told you or what you read, but do you really know anything about the Cavendish experiment? You might, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you don't. That you're merely just throwing that out there because it's some shit that some other baller said. See? And this is the problem. You got to start looking into this shit. These people say, oh, they figured out how far away the sun is. Go ahead and look into that and see what you come up with. Go ahead and see if you can find the distance isn't the variable. Okay. The actual thing is the gravity. The gravity. Okay. How did you isolate and manipulate the gravity? How did you determine that it was gravity for the effect that you saw? And was the effect consistent time after time? Was there an increase or decrease in the rate of attraction of these weights? If so, was there any kind of, see, it's a parlor trick, is all it is. Structured context like this. It's not much different than that little bullshit they do with at the equator. Look, this water goes down a drain this way on this side. Now we're going to move the tub over here. And you're not going to notice that we influenced the water the way it went into the drain. Not one bit. Because Nick Volt cannot adhere to. Well, you'd have to prove that it is actually gravity that you're manipulating. Okay, you still haven't done that. You're just moving shit further apart and saying, oh, well, now we don't see it. It comes together at a slower rate or something. Change those weights. Change one to a little tiny one and this one to a big one, and see if the little one swings over and the big one only moves a little bit, if any. Or if it's quicker, what did you got two of the same weight? You can do that. And while we're at it, let's see if we can get a gravitational constant for the downward acceleration of air due to gravity. That's what I was trying to get Brenda to do. Well, Brenda can't tell me what the downward acceleration, except through a statement. Mass and attracting mass. Yeah, okay, so demonstrate. You know what that means, right? Demonstrate air. You know what air is? Having a downward acceleration due to gravity. Okay, that's all we need to look at. You state it as though it's a fact, and then want to say this is happening to other fucking planets out there. So you got to at least prove that it's happening here, and you haven't, because your whole idea doesn't take into account all the different variables involved with it. But the bottom line being that there can be no pressure whatsoever, gradient or not, without containment. We know that. Conversational decorum.
He continuously interrupts, and he acts like a child. And if he wants to come on to a situation like this, that'd be absolutely great, where there's a moderator and that kind of shenanigans isn't allowed. I'd be more than happy to.
I'm going to concur. I'm going to concur with Sovereign, which is that this is Jaron does a decent job of moderating, and this is a good forum that has a tendency to, even though Sovereign and I got a little bit excited, it was not nearly as bad as sometimes these things get. So it is a decent forum.
Hey, I have to admit, it was. I mean, we kept out of the argument territory to a whole lot. And basically what I want to do is pin it right down to facts. And I think that this worked out good. And if Nick, if you're still watching, I have no fear of debating you, but I'm not going to let you be on a thing to act like a little petulant child either. Okay. So if you want to go on Jaronism, right, say the word and we can set that up. All right. But you know, sitting there just going, oh, you're afraid, man, this little trolley bullshit. Either put up or shut the fuck up. That's all I can say. Put up or shut up. Just like Sean. Now, Brenda already showed that she's got more balls, and I hope that doesn't offend her, but she has more balls than Sean Hawkins. Literally. And you see, we both came away from this unscathed, I'd like to say. Nobody's feelings hurt, that kind of thing, right? This was kept pretty decent.
Or debating these issues, and I would encourage people to do that.
Yeah, when people start letting their feelings get into the shit, now you're not acting from a place of logic.
Well, people can't help it. I mean, but I agree that people should try to minimize that, but it's difficult.
Justin Johnson, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. James Richard again is back, $5. He says, how do you know you see 55% of the moon if you have never seen 100% of it?
That's a damn good question. That's a good question. How do you know you see 55% of it if you've never seen 100% of it? What are you gauging that on? That's a good question.
That's
and good night, ZXL. Thanks for all your help, man. We all appreciate you and what you do, man. ZXL Master, go look at his page. He's got all kinds of cool shit on there, QR codes to different channels and stuff. This guy sitting there like moderating 50 channels at a time. He's always on. And right now I'm ordering you, ZXL. Sleep's overtaking you. Gosh dang, man. You do so much. Go get some rest for real, brother. You have a good night, man.
Oh, because we know as we can measure its size. We have seen 100% of it. We've sent satellites and observatories around that orbit it. There's lunar observatories are in orbit, have been in orbit around the moon. So we've mapped almost every inch of the moon. So we do know its size.
Okay.
Big space mockery.
Ruhif, $10 says, Sovereign, in your wave diagram, it is a straight line between the eyeball, the base of the wave, and the base of the boat. Your diagram implies that the eyeball is at sea level, not 6 feet. It's wrong.
Well, damn it, man. The diagram is just there to kind of give you reference to the components. I actually kind of disagree with I think that the fucking triangle, the angle lines should be actually facing the other way, inverted, because that's more how we see. Okay. I think that would have floated over a little better, but I didn't make it. All right. What was important there was the demonstration of foreshortening. Okay. I don't know why that was so lost on so many people. Okay. Except for trolls like to pick little bullshit like that. And I'm like, I'm not saying this is an actual scale representation. It's just there listing the components. In fact, just forget the fucking diagram exists. Okay. It's just to give you a reminder in your head of we're dealing with an observer, we're dealing with a wave, and we're dealing with a distant object. Up here, we have all the information about this right here. Okay. But it wasn't really any different than my simple observation of showing you how my little bitty thumb that barely covers the tip of my nose can now cover my entire face. Okay, the thumb size didn't change. I changed the angular view of it that you have, the apparent size, not its actual size. And I don't know why this is a difficult thing for people to understand. Diagram is not to scale. The diagram is just merely showing the components involved in an easy to understand demonstration of the mathematics that were provided above it.
The math is based on the diagram, and the diagram is
no,
wrong.
the math is not based off of the diagram.
It literally is.
No, it is not.
Okay, well, look at that one.
Because there's no such thing, Brenda, as a fucking eyeball that just floats around someplace, right?
Well, you can
An
throw yourself into the water.
An eyeball is not as big as a 250-foot tall ship or a 3-foot wave. It's just a graphic. Stop looking at the pretty fucking pictures and read the words. God. You see, you can't have no pictures in the books for these people, man. They just look at the pictures and slobber all over the writing. Good God. No. The mathematics show that a 3-foot wave can block a.
If
I got to go back to this view. Anyway, you didn't miss a whole lot.
Your eyeballs suspended in the water. Yeah.
So let's talk about this real quick, because why in my head am I thinking that the eyeball has to be at 3 feet? If you're talking about you're at 3 feet high, this is my assumption, and then the boat's going away, that at a certain distance, the boat would now be occulted by the 3-foot wave, right?
Yeah. If you're only 3 feet above the water, then a 3-foot.
No. A 3-foot wave at a quarter of a mile away. Okay. The fucking boat was 25 miles away in that diagram. 25 miles. It's a long way. Right. So what happened when the boat was that far away, as far as your perspective of it is concerned? A little tiny thing. Little tiny thing. Much smaller than the 3-foot wave that is closer to you due to the apparent size. Just like this. Oh my God, look, my thumb grew. What the hell? Oh my God, my thumb grew again. Fuck me running, man. Jesus Christ.
Foot wave could obstruct your view, of course.
Yeah, so I think that's what I thought was being shown, but I might be confused.
There it is right there.
Yeah, okay. So I think the problem is
there's no giant eyeball. There's no giant eyeball anywhere, okay? And this is only just a little picture of a ship. Notice it's not a real ship, and this is not real water either.
It's not a real.
Okay, and you notice also that this isn't really 3 foot tall, and this isn't really 250 foot tall.
We understand
and this isn't really 20 fucking miles. It's just an illustration, is all it is.
Yeah, I think what they're saying is that if you're at 6 feet tall, like this one says, given a 6-foot observer, then no 3-foot wave could ever be taller than the 6-foot observer. That's what I think they're saying. So I don't know why it says given a 6-foot observer, because it doesn't seem like that 6 foot is.
It's because that 3-foot wave at a quarter mile away is going to be elevated. It's going to be elevated because everything on the ground comes upward toward the horizon, right? And the ship is going the same thing, doing the same thing. That's why. So that 3-foot wave isn't down here. It's up here. Because it's a quarter of a mile away from you. It's raised as far as your angular perspective is concerned. You know, there again, that's the problem with looking at two-dimensional orthographic geometry to describe what we see in our perspective vision. It doesn't do it justice, as I illustrated in that video I showed just a little while ago. This is not a hard concept. It really isn't.
Is in the math.
Well, the 6 foot is if the 3-foot wave is a quarter of a mile away from you, it can obstruct a 250-foot object that's 20 miles away. What it is it's talking about like foreshortening, okay? And it works the same as like if I do this, all right? We know right now that my thumb is much, much smaller than my face, isn't it? Okay. I can't cover my face with my thumb. But if I go like this, oh my goodness gracious, look at there. What happened?
a little tiny thumb obstructed my entire face.
So how would you?
But a 3-foot wave isn't at eye level.
Oh my God. I know. That's why it has to be a quarter of a mile away from you.
It doesn't go higher just because
Yes,
it's further away.
Brenda, it does go higher than you, because what do we see in our vision? What do we see in our vision? Okay. We got the ground right there at our feet. And as we look forward, we see the ground rising up to meet the sky. So at a quarter of a mile is the 3-foot wave down here at your feet, according to your perspective? No, it's risen in your vision, because you are not looking straight down across. It would block out that fucking ship even sooner. The other object, the distant object, gets smaller in apparent size.
Yeah, but it doesn't get higher. It doesn't get higher in your field of view.
It doesn't have to. The apparent size of the distant object has got smaller.
We seem to be at an impasse.
We're at an impasse. Yeah, Dave, you killed it. All the globe has is hypocrisy, delusion. It's obvious Brenda can't defend a position, only attacks and ad homs in typical globe fashion. All right, that is... I don't know if that's a question or a comment. So I guess it's more of a comment. Let me check Rockfin real quick, and if we've got any there. But I enjoyed having you guys on. Hopefully you come back. And yeah, who's the guy? Nick Volt. If Nick Volt wants to come on by, we can keep him under control. All right, we've got a couple people here. Tips.
If we can keep him under control, give him one of his little Star Trek toys. He'd be all right, man.
Tony Coriolis now says, ask a question for Brenda. According to the 2023 Farmer's Almanac, the Go Fast rocket went 73 miles up. Why do you think it went further than 73 miles?
I don't think it went further than 73 miles. It went further. It continued to ascend after the stop yo-yos were deployed. It continued to increase in altitude.
Stop yo-yos. All right. And we got Shiloh Carpenter says, Brenda, off topic, but do you believe a rooster can become a hen?
Fuck you.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't. Good answer.
All right.
That was kind of like, that wasn't called for, but I can understand it too. I mean, come on, Jiminy Crickets. And M-Ball, I think you need to go sit in the corner for a little while. So I just timed you out. You're not really adding anything to the conversation at all. You're just over there kvetching and shit. And, it gets tiresome after a while, and I'm getting less and less tolerant of these fucking trolls. I just am, it's like, fuck you. If you don't have anything constructive, if you're not really wanting to talk, you just want to say shit to try to get a reaction or whatever, I'll give you your reaction. You just got it. So keep fucking with me, M-Ball, and you can go join Lisa somewhere.
We'll give you guys final words here and tell everybody where they can find you. And let's get it on. All right. So you've got Dave, go ahead and go first. Tell us where we can find you.
All right. Well, you can find me over on Rumble at SSUM369. I think that's what I'm called there. Let me just make sure.
And the links are in the description as well.
Yeah. SSUM369. And then, of course, Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind over on YouTube. We going to have an after show tonight at 9:35. That's usually when I do my live streams. It's open for people that want to come up. We'll be talking about this debate and maybe going on some deeper points of some of the things that really didn't get into here. But hey, join us over there. And I'd just like to close by saying, once somebody ever comes up with some actual scientific proof of a globe Earth, then maybe I'll start to consider it. But I've already been there, seen that, done it, got the t-shirt, and I had to humble myself and realize that was a bunch of hooey. So that's all I got.
Okay, excellent. It's really happy to have you. And yeah, definitely check out his channel. He's doing good work. He's there live a lot. And it's a good crowd showing up there in the chat. Brenda, go ahead. Your final words, where they can find you.
Hi, I have a I have a YouTube channel called Brenda Debates, which I have not published any videos in quite some time. perhaps I should do that. But there are so many excellent debaters out there. I sort of figure that I don't have anything different. Nothing I've said tonight is anything anybody else couldn't say. And it's relatively trivial to prove that the Earth is a globe and to refute the claims made by flat earthers. But maybe
wait a second, you didn't refute any of mine. You didn't demonstrate air having a downward acceleration due to gravity. You didn't demonstrate a gas pressure system without containment. You just didn't. You just didn't. So I don't know, man.
Maybe I'll start publishing more.
It's such a trivial thing to prove the globe. Why are we here? Right? Why are we even here? Why is this discussion taking place? Why are more and more flat earthers happening every day? If this is such an obvious truth and so trivial and easy to prove, why are more and more people not believing it anymore? I mean, that's a fair question that I'd be wanting to understand. So, what's up, Rocky? All right.
More videos, I guess. Maybe that would be something I should do. And that's, you can find me there. You can find me here sometimes, apparently. If sometimes people indicate that they don't appreciate my appearance here on Jaren's. Well, if that's the case, then get your butt in here. Yeah, find a globe earther or find somebody to have a debate with and volunteer, because the reason we're here tonight is because I happened to be around and I volunteered to debate Sovereign Soul, right? So step up and be on Jaren's show. Other than that, I thank you. Jaren is a good moderator and fair, and so I would actually prefer this place over modern day debates, which seems maybe, yeah. Anyway, thank you very much for having me, and keep it round.
Wow. Thank you. No, I think it's a good place for people to come and listen to both sides and then make their own decisions. I mean, that's always going to be the case. I don't think in any debate you're going to change the other person's mind, at least not right then and there during that debate. But it's a good place for us all to hear both sides and then kind of come up with our opinion of which one closer matches reality. All right. So see you guys soon. Friday, I'll be back with the second part of the moon hoax video, or the
okay, so that pretty much sums up that entire little thing. I think we can pretty much kill it here tonight. Rocky, do you have something you wanted to share with everybody?
Yeah, I just want to say good show, man.
Well, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
That was fucking funny, though. I can't believe how you kept your cool talking to that motherfucker.
Well, you know, she was at least respectful and she observed conversational decorum. So, hey, that's better than McToon did.
Is that it?
I mean, he couldn't observe that. He had to act like a little child the whole time, interrupt and fucking talk over and all this other fucking bullshit. You know, she did a hell of a lot better than he did.
Oh yeah.
You know, neither one of them proved gas pressure without containment, but hey, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
They can't, because it's an impossibility. So you can roll barrels down a fucking incline or drop feathers in a fucking vacuum all the hell you want to, but you're never going to prove, or, you know, until you can demonstrate such an impossible condition, there has to be containment. That's all.
Right.
And that's my evidence for a firmament. That is right there. That is proof of it. The fact that we actually have air, and we know that gas is not affected by what they call gravity having a downward acceleration, because if that were true, how the fuck would a hot air balloon work?
Yeah, at sea level, atmosphere weighs 17.6 pounds per square inch. The higher you go, the less it weighs. You go up higher.
Well, it's all due to, like what I was showing earlier. I think I still got
air has weight.
Dalton's law.
Air has
That's
weight.
another aspect that they totally fucking ignore.
Air has weight. Yeah.
And it's, Let me see. Stop that one.
I learned that when I took scuba diving license when I was.
There you go.
10 years old.
There you go. And it's basically, here you go. Is that this right here, what we're experiencing is a combination of these. Now, what happens as we rise in elevation? We start to lose some of these.
Yeah.
Don't we? And so what happens to that? So if I take out a couple of these components, this last one right here is going to be different now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's going to play a part in it too, not to mention displacement of a contained medium. Okay, just like when you go in the water, the deeper you go into the water, of course, the more pressure is exerted on you because you're displacing a greater amount of the medium. The medium doesn't want you there. That's why it's trying to make you float. You don't want to be there. That's why you're trying to make you float. The medium is rejecting you.
And you have to put more oxygen in your lungs under higher pressure to counter the pressure on your lungs.
That's right.
Water. So
the deeper you go, the less time you can stay under.
Yep.
Yeah,
more pressure in the lungs, the deeper you go, so your lungs won't collapse.
So consequently, this is why you have to decompress as you go up to avoid getting the bends, because that compressed air that you've taken into your bloodstream, it's still compressed. And so you have to get it out of your system slowly and adjust yourself to the new pressure. Otherwise, that air in your bloodstream, if you go up too fast, it's going to start expanding and you're going to embolize.
Right. The bends.
Right.
You got to go to
kill you. It'll cause brain damage and or kill you.
Those decompression chambers are really good, though. If you put pure oxygen and you put it under pressure, then your body will heal because you're taking in. That's a healing process that some people use.
That's one of the biggest killers of the globe in my experience is gas behavior and gas pressure, because that right there completely destroys their gravity. Because if you want to claim that you have gravity is what holding the air, then you have to demonstrate that there is actually a downward acceleration of air due to gravity. And so far, nobody's done this. I don't care how many barrels you roll down a fucking incline, you're not going to show that, because it doesn't behave that way. Gas molecules are not bonded. Therefore, they only come back when they collide with something. Usually, like I said in my fart example, it's concentrated because those little fucking fart molecules are running around, man, bumping into each other, but a few of them aren't, and they're escaping. And the more of those that escape, the less amounts of collisions are taking place inside this little chaotic mess, and it starts to dissipate and fill the empty space. It's real simple, man. That's why it take a few minutes for a fart to dissipate.
Yeah, I have one question.
All right.
Is Brenda a dude or a girl? I can't figure it out.
Biological male identifies as a female.
Oh.
So
what I thought. Brenda.
Whatever they're calling that these days, that's whatever. But you know, that in itself doesn't really have anything to do with whether, you know, the condition of the realm we live in, other than the condition of the social
condition of her mind.
Well, the social dynamic. I do believe that a lot of people are under a form of insanity, which because of the collective they're trying to say is sanity, because everybody's insane. And this is due to this wild ass belief systems that are placed on people at a young age. You know, your insides are rejecting it while your conscious mind is trying to hold on to it, and it, I think, causes some mental confusion. You know, because I mean, to believe some of the nonsensical things that they do takes extreme faith and belief. That's it.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm going to cut this thing down. We've been going. I didn't even realize it. Time flies when you're having fun, right? So I'm going to shut this
down. Good job, man. I just want to say you did a good job.
Well, thank you, Rocky. I appreciate that, bro.
I mean, how could you? I don't know. Why would you believe someone like that anyway?
Well, I don't really go so much toward what the source, but the information. So, and Brenda did actually admit that the science, so to speak, that she believes is science is guesswork. She literally said that. Whereas you can kind of equate a hypothesis as to a good educated guess or even a theory. But until you've actually done the experimentation and proven that all the components actually exist, that's the thing.
I just hope she don't cut her balls off.
Well,
that would be terrible. I hope she just tucks them or something when she can come out of this shit and wake up.
Effed Up World said for me to do a flip. I would right now, but I'm strapped on the vacuum toilet. Okay. I'm strapped on the vacuum toilet. I'm taking a massive space dump right now, but you can't see below my waist. So it's PG, it's a PG dump. So we're good to go. Don Pettit clogged this goddamn thing up again. All right, guys. Well, I'll tell you what, y'all. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that, Rocky. I appreciate everybody showing up, everybody that showed up over at Jaren's to watch it. If you didn't watch it over at Jaren's and you want to watch it without me cutting in and yammering, I put the link in the description to the video to get over to Jaren's page, and you can watch this video yourself without me chiming in all the time. So with no further ado, I think I'd like to say, as I demonstrated tonight, don't put up with the bahooey and the twiddle twaddle. Call it out at every point, right? Don't let them fuck with your mind, the mind fuckery. And we always know that the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and fire him, because he'll probably fucking kill you. So good night, everybody.